Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very special episode of the Wayfarers. It is Gary Con, and we are honored to be here. Well, who's this wild crew we have? I am joined by Mendax. Who is Mendax? Mendax is a tiefling rogue. She's a former actor in a troupe called the Delirious Owls, and now she works as a professional domestic forager. We're also joined by Nigel, the human wizard. Nigel is the sole apprentice of Master Nivix, and he is known as a shut-in extraordinaire. We're also joined by Khal, the Kenku Birdbarian, who is a demon-possessed Kenku exile, who is known to have the second strongest arm in Tol Karabad. And lastly, but not least, we have our esteemed DM, Ep.26 808, to take you on today's journey with Wayfarers.
Very cool, guys. Welcome everybody to the special Wayfarers one-shot we're doing here for GaryCon. Thank you to Jimothy for the introductions as always. It is fantastic to see you all once again. Just a slight amount of background on the Wayfarers here. We are a group that plays every other Thursday over on Neuro's channel. And we have been adventuring now for over a year, I'd say. I think it's almost a year and a half or so on Twitch. And it's been a blast. It's been a lot of fun. But yeah, let's just jam in, man. Let's just get straight away into it, guys. So we'll just go ahead and start. We had the introductions already there, so let's just begin. We're gonna take place. We're gonna roll back time just a little bit from where you guys are now currently. In our current campaign, you guys are on a boat heading over to the mysterious shores of Dagger Reach. But we're gonna go to your adventure before that boat. Okay, so you guys are in the middle of traveling through the sort of icy north, the frigid north, if you will, the snowy plains, and you guys have sat down for the night. You're resting up. It's dusk, you know, the sun is falling pretty quickly, but you've got a fire going. You've got your warm weather clothing that you've received from Master Nivix. And yeah, you guys are all hanging around the fire, just kind of prepping for the day, kind of winding down, talking about the upcoming travel that you're going to have to be doing on this boat. Go ahead, let's just kick it off with a dice roll. Somebody, let's get a perception roll from all of you guys.
I've got a 14.
14 plus 4 is 18.
Oh,
And
yeah,
a 12 for me.
Okay, we got an 18. Okay, so Khal, as you guys are winding down, sitting around the campfire, the sun kind of crests the horizon, and it now sort of plunges quickly into darkness. But as that sort of last little bit of gleaming light hits, and it kind of hits at these weird angles, right, when it's sort of parallel to you guys, you notice something under one of the snowbanks. There's a little bit of red kind of sticking out from a nearby snowbank. And what would you like to do?
Mendax, Nigel, do you see over there that snowbank? That one.
Wait, that one?
That one. No, not
Which
that
one?
one. To the left.
No, not that one.
Yes.
To the left of which one?
Look, where my beak is pointing.
Oh,
It's that one.
Okay, I was looking at the hand.
No. There's a little red thing jutting out. Do you see that?
I mean, Carl, I don't know if anyone's ever told you, but I mean, definitely no to the yellow snow. Seriously, no to the red snow.
But maybe someone's dead. Or dying. Or there could be cranberries.
They could have red shoes.
Or strawberries. Should we investigate?
I think we should.
Okay, you guys head over to the aforementioned snowbank, and you see that it looks like it's a piece of like red leather that's sort of just sticking out barely from the snow. Which one of you would like to inspect further?
I would like to investigate.
Okay. You go ahead and kind of brush off the snow that's on the top of the mound, right? The sort of fresh snow that's fallen. It scatters away pretty quickly. And you see that underneath the snowbank, there is a red leather bound book. It's actually a tome, a journal. You pick it up, Call, and you inspect the front of it, the side. It's pretty worn down. There is some leather scraps that are kind of ripped a little bit on the sides, revealing a bit of a normal cover underneath. Even some of the pages, you can see from the side that the pages are fairly old, brittle looking, but it doesn't look like that it's been like damaged at all by the snow. Funny enough, it's not really like waterlogged, right? But you look further and you see that there's no title on the book. There's no author, anything like that.
Oh my. It looks like the author of this book forgot to give it a title or a good front cover. Nigel, you love books. I found a book. Would you like to peruse it?
I'm not sure that can actually qualify as a book. It looks like something that has somebody's words in it, but maybe it's better off it doesn't have a title after all. I guess I'll take a look. What sort of writing is in it?
I don't know.
Great, Nigel. Yeah, let's say you take the book from Call, and after asking what sort of writing is in it, you open it up. You see that every page is blank, but just as you sort of open that front cover, a bit of a gust of wind comes in, chilling you guys to the bone, even through your warm weather clothes and being next to the fire. The pages sort of all flutter and scatter around, each one of them blank and wordless. But each of you begins to notice that your vision starts to kind of fade away and turn white around the edges and sort of close in as you eventually are completely consumed by this almost whiteout that's happening. And the next moment, you realize that you have woken up in a different place. You're no longer in the snow. Each of your heads hurt quite a bit, actually. It's like you just maybe cracked your head on the ground or are waking up from a long night of drinking, something like that. But one of your first senses to come to is your hearing. You can hear all around you that there is commotion, there's a bit of yelling, there's some fighting that's happening. The second sort of sense that comes back is your sense of smell. And you can tell that the place that you're in, let's call it a really bad tavern, right? It has a very off-putting smell to it. It's not like disgusting or anything like that, but it's very sort of dry and musty and pretty dank, we could say, even. The third sense that kind of comes back is your sight. You open up your eyes and you're kind of blinded at first, even in the low light of the area that you're around. And each one of you in turn sort of blinks your eyes and gets your bearings and sort of sits up. And you look around, you realize that you're in a very small room. Mendax and Nigel, you see that you're next to each other. Call, you are in a separate room from them. And as you get your bearings, I'll describe the room to you here. You can see that on one side, and this is for Call and Mendax and Nigel, your two rooms are exactly the same. There are bunk beds, very basic, very bare. They have black sheets and a single black pillow on each one of them. The floor that you're on and the walls are a similar material, almost like it's carved into like a solid sand, like a really, really dense sand or like dirt mixture. There's stone that's kind of purveying throughout it as well. It's not a finished floor though. It's pretty, rough, let's say. And the last thing that you notice is that where the light is coming from, there's only one entrance to the room. And that is being guarded, or rather sealed off by a familiar sight to Mendax, actually. You realize your guys are in jail. There are bars that are coming down and kind of cutting the light into these neat little shadows. Yeah, exactly. Call, you you realize, so you don't see Mendax or Nigel, but you do see someone else in your room. There's a human who's sort of sitting on the side of the lower bunk of the bed. He's got this tousled sort of brown hair, brown eyes, and he looks kind of concerned at you, and you can see this whole time that he's been trying to talk to you, but you haven't really focused. You haven't really been able to listen to what he's saying. But he has a hand outstretched to you to kind of help you up. And as you sort of focus in on him and realize he's talking to you, you can hear what he's saying. And he goes, "Well, dadgum, Carl, are you all right, boss? You took quite a spill there."
Spill? What happened? I don't really remember what I was doing before this, but why is there a pillow in this jail cell?
And he'll grab your hand and help you up, and you can feel just from the grasp of his hand that he's very strong, and he's got calluses kind of that are littered around his palms, and you can see his other hand is the same. "Well, gee, Carl, I don't know, boss. You were sitting on the top bunk, and then all of a sudden you tumbled on down like something dropped out of the sky. You all right there, boss? You took your head okay?" And he'll kind of try to look at your head, see if there's any bleeding or bump or anything like that.
Well,
And then as he does that as well, he'll kind of pound on the wall a little bit. Mendax and Nigel, you can hear this really low thumping on the wall. "Mendax, Nigel, are you guys all right? Sounded like you all fell too." And you can it's muffled, but you can hear him.
you look confused.
Nigel, do you remember falling? This is why you don't read books.
Did we get drunk? I remember we were in a tavern. Are we in one of your dreams? What the hell is going on, Mendax?
Okay. First of all, I would dream something up much better than this, and the tavern would have been much better as well. Second of all, I have never been knocked out sober and woken up in a tavern before. The opposite, absolutely. But no, not in this order. I have no idea what's going on.
Who's that calling our names?
You guys can see the wall that you heard that kind of low thumping. A stone, like a brick, even beginning to kind of shift and move, and you see it's being removed, and you can see eyes coming through the other side, and it's the eyes of this guy that was talking to you. Can you guys hear me? Are you okay there? It sounded like y'all took a fall. Carl over here took a spill off the top bunk. It looks like you two got knocked on the ground as well. What the heck happened?
Yes. I think I banged my head a lot harder than I might have even guessed. Where the hell are we?
I had a question.
Well, yeah?
Before the fall, I don't even recall how I got in here.
Well, daggum, you guys must have took quite the fall then. Bumped your head something awful. I mean, well, let's see if it can jog your memory a little bit. You are all in the fine establishment of the Boar's Main Prison. It has been our comfy home here for the past, 2 years or so. Surely you remember that. All the hijinks we got into, huh? And he'll kind of pop you with his elbow just a little bit tall.
We've been in jail for 2 years. Don't pop me. I'm no criminal. What's this?
Oh, well, I don't mean to break it to you, Carl, but, yes, sir, you sure are.
What crimes?
Infamous Wayfarers. Oh, well, if I do recall you all mentioning to me, I believe it was a burglary, something of the such. You guys, robbed some kind of bank. I don't remember. You didn't all get into the details, to be honest with you.
What?
Robbing? That does not sound like a single one of us.
Well, maybe you, Mendax.
You'll come through this wall, Carl. Do not tempt me.
Some people don't respect domestic foraging as a legit profession, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that would be professional foraging, because it would be a professional establishment, place of business. Mine is only
Well-
domestic foraging in homes.
Professional, domestic, or otherwise, you have landed yourself into the company of, well, this jail and this cell and me. You remember your old friend Thomas, right?
No.
Oh, well, that breaks my heart, Carl. We've been best of friends now for a few months at least. You don't remember your old pal Thomas?
No.
Thomas Tilbury.
No.
If
No.
you're
Well,
best
shucks.
friends, what is Carl's favorite color?
Carl, what's your favorite color? He'll answer with whatever Carl's favorite color is.
I would say red.
Well, shoot, I know it's red.
You could have just guessed that. It's not a very hard question.
Go on, then, ask me another one. See how well I know you.
All right, what is my standing in my Kenku tribe?
If I do remember you, well, you're quite quiet about that, Carl, to be very honest with you. But something to do. You're outcast, exiled. The details are all very fuzzy. That's a personal subject you have asked me not to discuss with you previously. But and I have respected it up until this point. Just want to make that clear.
You could be a mind reader.
Shoot, me, a mind reader? If I was a mind reader, Carl, I wouldn't have ended up in this prison with you three.
That's a good point. Maybe you're just a bad mind reader.
If we're in here for robbing a bank, allegedly, what did you get in here for, Thomas?
Well, old Thomas here likes a little bit of the conning, you know. Guess the eventual thing that caught me on, I was able to scam the towns of Edinburgh out of their taxes. Would have been a sweet payday, but one of my partners ratted me out. But goes with the trade, I suppose. Ain't my first time in here. Won't be my last. But it should be my last for today. And he'll kind of bring the volume down, hush, hush, hush a little bit. He'll look around. You guys can still see him sort of through. It's a very small opening, right? Think of it almost like a club door, right? They slide this thing over and they slide it back. He says, Nigel, I know y'all bumped your head. You're suffering from the vapors or the amnesia. I'm not quite sure, but I'm gonna need y'all to get back on it real quick. We've got a job to do.
A job?
Yes.
I'm patting my pockets down, by the way. Do I have my wand on me?
That is a good question. You guys have nothing on you. You are in simple clothing only. Mendax, you have a simple pair of like moccasins, like leather shoes that it looks like you've actually created. You've maybe made or something of the such. But beyond that, you guys have none of your possessions. You have no weapons. Nigel, you have no spell book. You have no wand.
What's the job?
Well, gee willikers, Nigel, I do hope you are pulling one of your famous pranks because it's your plan, mister. And I believe, golly goodness, why did it have to happen today of all days? You all took a spill and decided to forget everything. Old Thomas don't remember the whole plan, but I think you wrote it down and stuffed it in your pillow.
Oh, all right. Let's go take a look. I'll investigate the pillow.
Sure. Instinctually, you actually go to the top bunk, which is your bed, and you look inside of the pillow, and sure enough, there is a piece of it looks like really rough and worn paper there, and it is in your handwriting. And at the top, it says the title of the session. It says "Escape from Bora's main prison." And there's a bunch of it's like a checklist, right? And there's a bunch of them that are crossed out or changed. It looks like you've written and rewritten this in different inks as well as they become available. But the last three things on that list are unchecked. And it's meet with Salazar, the guard, get the weapons from Six Fingers, and steal the guard key. And Thomas will come back and he'll say, well, Well, shoot, Nigel, did you get it? Do you have it? What else we got to do, boss?
Well, we've got to meet with Salazar the guard, and what were the next 2 points? Sorry, I'm writing them down.
Get the weapons from Six Finger.
Yeah,
And then
get the
steal
weapons
guard
from.
key.
Yeah, exactly.
We need the key.
More importantly, we have to figure out how in the hell I'm sharing a cell with Nigel and he gets the top bunk.
I seem to recall you all did rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock for it, and you lost.
You should never try and meddle with a wizard when it comes to a game of pure skill. Maybe the dice. The dice are what you have a better chance with, Mendax.
Personal hell.
All right. So, which guard, Salazar? What's he look like, Thomas?
Well, you would know, my friend. You've the only one that's met with him so far. I believe you all meet up in the library whenever you've had your meetings. You've been meeting with him for about a year or so. This breakout, guys, this has been in the plan for quite a while. We've been working at this for ages, and now it's finally coming to fruition. A little bit of excitement, maybe, guys. We're going to bust out of here.
Oh, of course. I mean, yes, we all bumped our heads, but let's remember, I am simply testing you a little bit as well, making sure that you, Thomas, know every detail of the plan, because we're only going to get one shot at this, so we need to make sure we hit this just right.
Well, you're sure shooting right there, Nigel. You're absolutely correct on that one. So it is about midday, sir. If I do recall from last time, you mentioned to me that we are pulling this off tonight. Tonight is the night. I don't recall for what reason. Maybe you can find that out from the guard if you're not remembering yourself. But we'll need to split these tasks up. We're not going to be able to do them all together. We ain't got time. And time is of the essence. So who's doing what, Nigel? You the brains of the operation?
Well, if I'm familiar with Salazar, I'm sure he'll only be comfortable with me, so I'll stick with Salazar. Weapons
All right.
is Carl's specialty. I believe he would be one most comfortable and most readily able to make use of such weapons, and finding keys. Mendax, I mean, that seems to be your specialty.
Perfect. I couldn't have said it better myself, boss. I think that is a right, smart way to go about it. And he'll, I'll give you a little bit of the details. You've tasked me with setting up all these connections in the first place, Nigel, so I'll be able to fill in a little bit of the blanks here, but then it's up to you guys to make it happen. Okay, we're gonna make it happen. We're gonna get out of here, all right. And he's pumped. He's excited.
Yes.
And he'll say, all right, call. And he'll kind of take you to the side a little bit. Say, call. You're going to be meeting Six Fingers Joe. Now, Six Fingers, he's sort of the boss around here. He kind of calls the shots. If you want something done, you got to go through him. Now, we have kind of stepped on a couple of toes with this operation here, and not everybody knows that in fact, nobody knows we're doing a call. Don't mention that we're breaking out. Okay, that's of the utmost importance. Do not mention we are trying to escape, because if we try to escape and we don't include him, well, golly, it just ain't gonna work. But I have paid him in advance. Now, he's already received the payment for these weapons. I don't know what he's given us, but you go down to the courtyard, you hear, and then you get them from him, and then we'll be good as good. We'll be good as gold. Rise ring.
Is there a passcode or something to indicate this arrangement?
No, Six Fingers knows it's you coming down. I figured as much that a call would be the one to get it. He knows what we all look like. He knows what the Wayfarers gang gets up to. But just be careful around him, Call. He's mighty testy.
Very good.
And then he'll come back to the sort of opening in the wall and say, all right, Mendax. Now, I have received it on good authority that the Knight's Guard is going to be in the cafeteria today. Normally, he takes his lunch in his personal quarters, but I guess he's getting it renovated. Something moved in, furniture moved. I don't know, but I know he's going to be eating with the General Pop today. So that's on you, girl. You go do what you do. Figure it out. I don't know. You do your thieving thing.
Foraging.
Yeah, that's right. Foraging. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Nigel, your part I have no clue about. Like I said, you all meet in the library. I don't know when. I don't know how. I don't know if you guys have a secret code message. What? You're gonna have to figure that one out, boss.
And do you remember any details of what Salazar was going to do to help us?
You've been meeting with him. I mean, throughout the past year, man. I mean, you've been talking with him about trying to bust us out of here. He's been feeding us information about. He's the one, I believe, who told you where the guards are going to be stationed. You know, there's a whole lot of information you've been getting from him. You ain't been very liberal with the info, I'll be honest with you, but from what I know, this whole thing is possible because you've been meeting with Salazar.
Fair enough. I should be able to get the information from him that I need. When are we allowed out of our cells?
In about, and he'll look down at his wrist, like he's counting almost seconds on a watch, and he'll kind of hold his finger up in the air, and the gates will open. They go right about now, boss.
All right, let's have at it.
I would like to go to the courtyard to meet Mr. Joe.
Okay. Thomas is going to be kind of figuring out some other things in the cell. Some very, like, packing up the personal belongings, what little ones he has. Things like that. Coordinating with a couple of other people or trying to get some information. So you guys are going to be doing each one of these on your own. You guys can figure out how it is that you'd like to do that. So Carl, you're going to head over to the courtyard. Mendax, Nigel, I'm assuming you guys are going to go to the spots that they told you as well.
Yeah.
It's the cafeteria.
Okay.
Wait,
Sounds
before I
good.
go though, I'm going to grab Nigel. Nigel, do you? Please tell me you don't actually believe everything that we've just heard.
Honestly, at this point, I think there is an advantage to suspending disbelief, Mendax, and going with the flow. I'm still partially hoping that I'll wake up, but I've pinched myself many times and I'm still not waking up, so honestly, let's make the most of a very confusing situation, and I simply hope that Salazar can at least give us some information. Whether we're stuck here, whether we've come through some sort of temporal warp, whether this is some sort of enchantment we're stuck in, all I know is I need to get out of this prison, get our belongings back. Once we have some weapons, I have my wand on me again, then we can take stock and see what the hell is going on.
Do we meet back here when we're done? I say that loudly. I just nod at him and then... Do we meet back here when we're after the recess period?
If you're asking Thomas, he'll say, yeah,
Yes.
that sounds about right. We'll all meet back here once you've got your implementations and your, whatever it is that you're getting from Salazar, I don't know. And then, yeah, tonight, I believe that's the plan, boss.
All right, is there a time limit before we get in trouble for being out of our cells?
You'll know when you're supposed to go back. They'll bring the whip down hard if you're not back in your cells by by after dinner. It's lunchtime now. You got till dinner's done. Back in the cells.
All right. A confusing conundrum, but I have my faith, Mendax. I think you should be light-fingered enough to get a handle of this. As long as we just make sure we are not too forthright, Carl, and making sure we are just a little careful with our words, since we are in a position of inferior force for once.
I understand. I will say that this entire situation does not sit well with my conscience, but for now I'll play along.
Fair enough. Carl, we'll start with you. We'll kind of break off into each one of your guys' missions, if you will. Carl, we'll start with you. You find through just kind of wandering around for a little while, asking Thomas the general direction, you find your way to the courtyard. It's down several flights of stairs. You see that the prison itself is circular, and in the middle there's basically just an opening. You look up, you can see that you guys are like inside almost of like a mountain that's like been bored down. It's almost been carved out, almost like a quarry or something like that. And as you go down the stairs, you notice probably the reason why it's called Boar's Main Prison. There are like statues and emblems of boars everywhere, just boars' heads. There's a large statue in the center of the courtyard depicting like a boar that's rearing back and almost about to like gore something. But the only light is shining from above and into that courtyard that's in the center. They call it the pit, right? Because it's just so dropped down. Okay. But you make your way down to the courtyard, sort of just trying to keep your head low, avoiding any sort of confrontation with anybody else, and just kind of trudging forward, if you will. But yeah, you walk out into the courtyard. It is fairly warm down there as the sun is sort of directly above where you're at. So if you look straight up, you'll be looking right at the sun. And there are many people in the courtyard. They're all kind of split off into little groups. Some of them are talking. It looks like some of them are trying to hide that they're like playing dice from the guards that you can see stationed around. That's another thing, the guards. Let's go ahead and go over them. There are guards stationed in this prison fairly frequently, but not like, it's not, you don't get the sense that it is like a max security type of prison here. The guards are mainly there in case something happens, but it sounds like for the most part, this is a fairly low maintenance type of prison, or they're short staffed. It looks like there might be even fewer guards than you would have normally anticipated. In the courtyard itself, there's about 6 guards stationed along the sides in like these little boxes that come up and out, almost like little watchtowers. So yeah, that's what you see as you enter the courtyard. What would you like to do?
I would like to, in the least conspicuous possible way, just walk the grounds and take a look and take account of how many fingers people have.
Okay, sure. So you're trying to figure out which one of them is Six-Fingered Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, you walk around. It is all sorts of different races. There are it's predominantly human, but there are dwarves that are here. There's even a few orcs that you see. You can see gnomes as well and some elves, and it's almost split off like racially. They're almost sticking with like their racial group. It looks like the elves stick with the elves, the dwarves stick with the dwarves, etc., etc. But you do notice one group that's kind of given a very wide berth, right? Nobody is walking near them. Everyone is sort of steering clear, and it is a you can see it's a few humans, a gnome, and 2 really big orcs, and they're kind of just sitting there purveying the land, as it would be. You walk up close to them, and you can see that as you're counting all of these fingers, the orcs, the humans, they all have all 10 of their fingers. Maybe one of them has 9, something like that. But the gnome actually only has 3 fingers on his right hand and 3 fingers on his left. It looks like they have been chopped off at different sort of knuckles of his fingers through some kind of who knows what. But you can surmise he is the only 6-fingered person you've seen so far in the courtyard.
I was expecting 6 fingers on one hand, not 6 total, but 6 is 6.
6 is indeed 6.
I would like to approach said individual and say, "Excuse me, would you happen to be Master Joe?"
Yeah, as you walk towards them, the 2 orc bodyguards will sort of body check you, as you're approaching somewhat disrespectfully, their boss, as it would be. You get knocked to the ground, not like hard, but you get bumped, and they scowl at you. They grimace, and you can see that their teeth, they're missing several teeth. They have sort of tusks that are broken and coming up. They have several earrings and piercings on their body in general, and they're pretty stacked. It looks like these guys have embraced the prison lifestyle and have decided to become, well, swole, we'll say.
Please excuse my lack of decorum, oh wise and powerful guards. Would there be a way for me to communicate with one of your members behind you?
And you'll hear this sort of squeaky voice coming from behind the mask that is the orcs. Yeah, let them in, boys. And the two orcs will kind of, almost like doors, just sort of swing open, and you can see the gnome is sitting on like a little makeshift chair, which is like the fanciest thing you've seen so far in this entire prison. And he's got a beverage of some sort that he's swirling around in like a really terrible looking goblet, but it looks like he's very proud of himself.
Hello, Master Joe. I am called the Kinku, and I was told by a source that you had some provisions for the Wayfarers, myself included in that set.
And he'll kind of wave one of his hands, and the humans that are around him will disperse. The orcs will stay, though. They kind of are standing behind you, so that you can't really get away, if that makes sense. You can't just turn around and walk away. And very sort of aloof and cocky, as if you're just kind of wasting his time. Yeah, Cole, I know who you are, and I know what you're here for. So where's the money?
It was reported to me that an individual has sent you the money already.
And he'll put his goblet down on like a little makeshift table that's next to him. And he'll kind of rub his forehead a little bit. Are you calling me a liar, Cole?
I am not, Master Joe. I am simply passing along the information which was given to me.
Well, I says I don't got the money from you, and so I ain't got the money. If you want the weapons, you're gonna have to come up with the scratch.
Might I inquire as to the amount of money, as it was not my business initially?
And he'll kind of think for a second. He'll like scratch the chin fuzz that's at his, he's got his quote unquote beard, if you will. Well, let's see here. Couple of weapons. Wasting my time. And kind of ticking me off, to be honest with you. I'd say the price just went up. 30 gold pieces, my friend. And, even on, like, the outside world, 30 gold is a good amount of money. Like, you're not rich by any means, but 30 gold will get you a nice weapon. It'll get you, really good stuff.
30 gold it was.
Yeah, that's right. 30 gold. So what, you got it or what?
Do I have gold on my person? I don't know.
No, you don't.
I do not possess said gold, as I was told that I was simply to retrieve the weapons and not to pay for weapons, as they were already paid for in the report I was given.
So it's someone else's fault. Is that what you're telling me, Cole?
I'm not sure.
Someone else just made a mistake?
I'm not sure.
You got Joe to come out here into the courtyard. I hate scrounging around in the dust and the mud with all of you lowlives.
First of all,
Now you're wasting my time.
First of all, I would like to apologize for the confusion. I'm not sure whose fault it was, but clearly it has upset you, and that matters. Second of all, I agree, this courtyard is not very nice, and for you to spend undue time in this place is very offensive to a person of your high station and stature. So, I can go and figure out more about this situation and find a source of gold to pad your pockets as you rightly deserve.
Okay. Joe will kind of shake his head a little bit. Cole, I like you. You got moxie, kid. You know you're sure shooting, and I'm sure it's someone else's fault, just like you said. But I mean, I got a bit of a reputation to maintain around here, Cole. I have been disrespected. Whether or not it is by your hand or not, as you claim, now that is out of my purview, I'm afraid to say. I can't have it going around the yard here that old Six Fingers Joe's gone soft. We're gonna have to teach you a bit of a lesson, Cole. But I tell you what, you get me that 50 gold, and I will get you those weapons. Post haste for you, my friend. And he'll kind of clap his hands, which makes like a weird noise. Oh, boys! And you can feel the two orc hands on your shoulders. Teach him a lesson, will you? And we'll go ahead and pause you. We'll go ahead and pause you there, Call. And then we'll move to Mendax. Mendax, how are we doing? What are you up to?
I mean, I am hopefully close to the cafeteria. Were there signs to direct me towards the cafeteria, or was there just a general smell of cat food?
Yeah, you do get the sense of direction of where you need to go. You are no stranger to prison or to a jail. You haven't spent an extended period of time in there, but you kind of gather. You've dabbled, exactly. So you kind of gather the common layouts and sort of paths need to be taken here. So you find the kitchen, the cafeteria fairly quickly. And it looks like it is kind of a, come as you want to, eat your food and leave sort of deal. It looks pretty lax, actually, from the prisons you've seen. A lot of them are very orderly, right? This block will eat lunch at this time, and if they're not hungry, too bad. But this one, it looks more of again, a bit more lax here. So you enter the cafeteria, and you can see that there is a decent amount of people at each of the tables. The tables, again, they look like they're sort of bolted into this ground, into this like dirt and stone mixture. And they've got very, very basic like stools, basically, that are also kind of bolted to the ground, you can see, so that people don't make off with them and pilfer them, actually. If you saw Six Finger Joe, you could tell that stool that he has is from the cafeteria, and it looks like it's been sawed off or kind of broken to be taken away. Yes, but there are quite a bit of people. They're eating. It's similar in nature to the courtyard, where the different racial groups are kind of sticking with each other. There is a group of tieflings that you see, as well as elves, dwarves. There's even a little like gnome crew. There's an orcs table. Humans are all kind of the humans are more dispersed between their groups than anything else. But there is very little sort of intermixing going on. And you can see the front of the area here. The whole room in general is probably a solid 100 by 150 feet or so. It's very large. And there's like a stairwell that goes up to like a balcony where there are guards kind of watching over the prison. Everyone is dressed very similarly. You all have very basic clothes on. Yeah, that's basically what we got.
To walk up to wherever the food is being served to grab some food, but while I'm doing that, look around the room to see if I can't see where the guards are sitting, or the specific guard with the key is sitting.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, you go up to the front, and there is a different assortment of people that are serving food. All of them don't really regard you. They don't really pay any notice to you. You kind of just shuffle your way through with a tray and they slop on whatever food is available. So you get some sort of like mixture of potatoes, some what could be once called vegetables, and some mystery meat protein that you're not quite sure what it is or what it's from, but it's the day's finest. As you look around, give me a perception. You're searching to see what's there.
8 + 1, 9.
Okay. You are not able to spot out the exact guard that you're trying to find to pickpocket, but you do see that there is a table off to the side, very separated from the rest of the tables there, that are all. It's a bit nicer looking. It's a bit nicer chairs as well, and it looks like there's an assortment of guards that are sitting there and eating. It looks like
Okay.
lunch break if you're sort of on shift and eating lunch at that time. You just kind of eat over at that table. It's not the best setup, but it's also the fastest for response if there is something going on.
Which do I notice which races are sitting at the tables closest to the guards?
You know what? Let's find out. Go ahead and give me a D6 roll.
1.
Okay. There's really only one table that's close to them, and it's the orcs.
Sure. Okay. Are there
Okay,
any...
you've got your food.
Got my food. Are there any openings at the tiefling table?
Yeah, there are a few. There's a couple.
Okay, then I'd like to walk towards the tiefling table. Actually, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to take a route that takes me near the orcs table before I go to the tieflings table.
Okay. Yeah, you do so. What are you trying to accomplish? Are you just trying to scope it out, or what's going on?
I'm going to scope it out, and when I walk by, I would like to stop very suddenly and look at them out of the corner of my eye, and then keep walking off to the tiefling table.
Okay. They don't pay any mind to you in the slightest. It looks like they're all kind of arguing or grunting about something. It looks like there's an arm wrestle that's happening. There's food kind of not flying everywhere, but you can tell it's not the most orderly lunch that's being eaten in this cafeteria. Yeah. They don't care about you.
Fine, so I just want to keep going on to the tiefling table.
Okay. You head over to the tiefling table. You get a couple of sort of side-eye glances. Nothing like hostile by any means, but they're kind of, a little unsure about this movement here that you've done. But regardless, they let you, you can sit. You're a couple of seats away from them. And it looks like the majority of them are either keeping to themselves or talking amongst themselves.
Okay, then I'd like to sit down.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to proclaim loud enough for the table to hear, but not really much past that. Just stupid orcs, and they're. Oh, I can't believe they would say that. Can't believe they'd say that about tieflings.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're going for here. Let's see if any of them paid attention, or was paying enough attention to you to really care. No, they just could not be bothered with anything that you're really saying right now. They don't have any. They pay you no heed, or if they did listen to you, they seemingly don't care.
They don't care.
You can't tell. You don't know.
Okay, I'd like to see, is there anyone at the table of the tiefling table who looks like they might be kind of like head tiefling in charge?
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, no. There's no one that looks like they're the leader, right? Nothing that would distinguish them from anyone else. It's just possible that they're not eating lunch at this time, or they're not here. Or it's one of them, and you don't know which one it is.
I wonder if any of them speak thieves' cant. I would assume some of them do, because we're tieflings. And they're in prison.
Yeah, if they are a thief, if they're in any kind of rogues guild or anything like that, they would be able to speak thieves' cant. What would you like to try to do?
I'd like to try to use thieves' cant to talk to them, to imply that the orcs are moving into our territory.
Okay, so you're kind of just it's thieves' cant is like a sign language almost.
Yes.
So you want to try to sign that as best you can. Okay,
Yes.
sure. Are you trying to get the attention of any specific one of them, or are you just kind of in general doing it?
Kind of just in general. It's like I'm putting up a bat signal for the tieflings, like, I just overheard something, and this is going to need to be addressed by us.
Okay. Okay, sure. So what exactly would you like to say? Let me just try to get that specific. It's like they're moving into our territory, or
yes.
Okay.
I would like to say yes. That I heard the orcs are going to make a move against the tieflings.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Sure. So you do the signs kind of. It's not like a direct language, right? Like it's very simple stuff, but you could try to kind of convey the thought that orcs infiltrating tieflings or something like that, right? Very basic, but something that would be understandable if you directly kind of translate it. You'll see at the end of the table there's a tiefling now who is looking over at you, and they'll sign back to you, and they'll say which ones.
Okay, I'd like to sign back. I say the one, either the largest at the table, like the largest at the table of the orcs that is there.
And they'll sign back to you. They'll say understood. And that's it. And he'll go back to talking to his friends.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. We'll go ahead for you and just pause you there for right now. And head over to Nigel. Nigel, who has been making his way to the library, yeah?
Indeed. Before we get straight into it, though.
Sure.
As a newer player to D&D, can I still do magic without my arcane focus as long as I get the components, or if there's no components?
You would need the components in order to execute it, but more important than that is you need your spellbook, which you do not have.
For cantrips as well? I'd need my spellbook, right?
I believe so, because you're a wizard.
Yeah.
I believe that's correct. You don't have anything that's kind of mentally prepped in your head. I think we can look into that. I can look at that while we're continuing on here.
Okie doke, no worries.
Yeah.
Just curious there if I should start scrounging up bits of string and pebbles and
Sure, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've kind of been affected the most out of everyone that's been landed in this situation here. Wizard without a spellbook is definitely not a good position to be in.
Yes,
but regardless,
the dream of walking through your high school again and realizing you're not wearing pants. It's
pretty much. You're the only wizard at school with no spellbook. Everyone point and laugh at him. We'll say you head over to the library. You're able to find your way there, and you ask around as necessary, or maybe again ask Thomas where the library's at. One way or the other, you get the directions you need, and you make it there successfully without really any sort of disruption. The library is, well, what you would expect. It's fairly quiet. It looks like it is a more upkept room. It's a more swept, and even the ground is a bit different. It looks like it's been cared for and almost tended to a bit better than anywhere else you've seen in the prison so far. There are rows of books, not very many, but I'd say a comparable amount to like a library in a small city, something like that. You'll find very, very just odds and end books here. Nothing that really makes necessarily too much sense. It looks like it's alphabetized by author, and it kind of just it goes through all different types of genres. It looks like basically this library is filled with whatever books were donated to this prison or purchased through whatever meager funds they have. There are a few individuals that are in the library, not very many, and they are reading, as you might as you might have guessed, at tables, just kind of spaced out. And there's a couple of guards at the entrance to make sure that nobody takes books that aren't supposed to, and what looks to be someone that's restocking the shelves.
All right, I'm gonna go over and approach the one who's restocking the shelves. And are they human?
Well, you know what? Let's find out. Are they human or are they something else? They're dragonborn. Looks like a red dragonborn.
All right.
Are you
I'm
talking to
gonna
him,
I'm
or
gonna
you just- okay.
approach. Yeah, I'm gonna approach
Okay.
the dragonborn and hey, how's the day going? I'm gonna just kind of look
Nigel.
very familiarly.
Sure. Nigel, you know the rules. Please keep your voice down. And what can I do for you? He has a very kind of pleasant, soft-spoken voice.
Oh, I've hit my head this morning and I'm just a little bit fuzzy today. I just wanted to come back in the library and gather my thoughts. How's the day been? Have many people been in? Any of my friends?
And he'll say, "Oh well, day's been fine. Restocking books here and there, making sure they're being upkept. If no one cares for the books, who will? Who will? Friends? I didn't know you to really get around too much, Nigel. Didn't know you had many friends here."
Oh, well, of course I count you as somebody who I trust. You're always one who takes very good care of these books, and that is a very special and rare feature amongst the denizens of this prison.
And he'll kind of look a little, almost surprised, like, oh, you consider me a friend? I would have never guessed. Okay, sure. Well, as I said, someone must care for the books.
How long have you been working here in the library again?
And he'll kind of he'll scratch the side of his face, and he's wearing glasses. He'll kind of lower them down and take them off for a moment. Well, I would say about 16 years now. 16 years I've been working the library. It's not much, but it's an honest work in a dishonest place.
Now, I've recently been reading some books about the etymology of different names and looking into and trying to remember my own family history. I was wondering, where did you get your name from again? Do you know much of how you came by it?
And he'll say, yes, of course. It is a name passed down from generation to generation. Snaggletooth of the Cobra clan. It's a very, very, very prestigious name, I assure you. In the right circles, of course.
Yes, it seems to be one with a proud heritage. Of course, another who seems very proud is Salazar. Have you know anything about his name? Have you seen him in the library today?
Salazar. He does make a few trips every now and again, and he'll kind of look like above the bookshelves, right? He's kind of towering over you. He's much taller than you are. I believe he may be reading over at that corner over there. And he'll point sort of to the southeast corner of the library. Maybe you could ask him.
Oh, thank you, Snaggletooth. I'll go and do that.
Quite,
day.
yes. Good day to you as well, Nigel. Sure, and you head over to the southeast corner of the library as
Snaggletooth, by the way, sorry, was dressed like a prisoner, right?
Yep, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a prisoner that helps manage the library. You can kind of have jobs and stuff like that. So his preference and what he's been sort of allotted to is managing the books and restocking and things like that, checking them out. Yeah, we'll say you head over to the southeast corner, I think, of the library. And over there is a human sitting at a table by himself, and it looks like he has his head sort of stuck in a book. It is a novelization of some, we'll say, popular sort of fantasy novel about heroes and dragons and stuff like that.
Hail, Salazar. Good day.
And he'll sort of peer up from his book. He's got like very deep green eyes, sort of like stubble, black stubble for a beard. His hair is greased back. It looks like it's upkept and proper. And he's obviously not wearing prison clothes. He's got kind of nice clothes on. The guards are welcome to use the library as well if they want to. But obviously they could probably have access to better books on the outside. And he'll say, Nigel, come, take a seat. We have much to talk about.
I'll take a book just off a nearby shelf and sit down with him.
Sure, it's a book about the stars and the planets and sort of the celestial meaning and all that stuff. And he'll say, so, is it still on for tonight then?
Indeed, Salazar, but one bit of foul news. I fell and actually hit my head today, and my memory of some of the details, I seem to be suffering some short-term amnesia. Can you please help run through your part of the plan with me again, just to make sure we're on the same page?
Well, my part of the plan pretty much ends here, my friend. It's up to you after this point. All I'm here for is to give you the information you needed to get you this far. And to give you this. And he'll reach into one of his pockets and he'll put a piece of paper into one of the books that's laying at the table, and he'll kind of pass it over to you. He's looking around to make sure that there's no guards that are nearby, and he passes it over to you.
I appreciate it. I know this is something. This is a big limb you're putting yourself out on right now. Thank you for your aid, Salazar. Is there any last advice? Is there any news or any changes?
He'll say, no, everything should be going just as planned if the fates favor you tonight. In the book you see, and you can actually see it on the stream now, there is a sort of hand-drawn map that he's sort of scrawled down on like a ragged old piece of paper. And it depicts he'll describe the upstairs, the sort of guards' quarters and offices. And he'll say that is going to be your roadmap, not only to the warden's room, but also to traverse around the night guard that are patrolling at the time you guys are going to be heading over to that area. So he'll sort of point to the bottom right corner where the arrow starts, and he'll sort of show you, he'll draw you the path that the guards usually walk around, and sort of will tell you the times as well that they normally change shifts.
And the top right was the warden's chamber, was it?
Yes, he'll say the top right room with the rug that depicts the warden's room. The other rooms that are here, the ones with the X's in them, he says for you to avoid as best you can, as those rooms will likely have other guards in them. He'll make it very clear to you that if you do get seen by a guard or you do get caught, unless you can somehow take them out very quickly, you will not be able to fight them. They are way better equipped than you are, and at this point much stronger. He says that your best bet is to just try to sneak past them as much as possible.
Well, without my wand or my spell book, I don't really have any other option. Don't worry. There isn't going to be any fighting going on tonight. Just quick and escape of the shadows, and they'll wake up. Our cells will be empty. That's all we're hoping for.
And at the mention of not having a spell book, he'll say, yes, and a gift from your master. He'll kind of he'll pull out like a little satchel that has it's like a little leather bag, yeah, and he'll pass it over to you. When you open it, you see inside there is just a few, like a 2 pages of parchment, but it's a good quality parchment, and some specialized ink, and a few other components that are in there. Basically, and this is not exactly how the rules are like perfectly written, but we're gonna go with it because I think it sounds fun. You have in this satchel enough to make 2 spell scrolls of any 2 of the spells you can normally cast, but that's it, and they have to be unique. You can't do 2 of the same one, but any 2 spells you want from your spell book you can have and write down as these scrolls as a one-time use.
All right. So any 2 spells, one-time use, 2 different spells.
2 different spells.
Right.
Yep, and you'll have time to write those down. So choose wisely. And he'll also mention your master sends his regards and his apologies for your trials and tribulations in this in this prison.
Thank you for your loyalty, Salazar. This is going to be of invaluable help. And I am going to very quickly just slide those into the bits of parchment into my robes. The satchel, I don't think I'm going to be able to get out of the library necessarily, so I'm going to try and just kind of put those up against my body in case the guards pat me down and look in the bag.
Sure. And he'll sort of say, here, just check out a book, and they'll give you some sort of bag to hold the books in. You can slip it in there and go unnoticed.
All right. I think we are set and prepared. All right. Tonight's the night, Salazar. I don't mean this in a bad way because it's been a joy knowing you in this time, but I hope this is the last time I ever see you.
To you as well, friend. Best of luck. And send your regards to your master from me. You'll let him know that I helped you, yes?
Of course. With glowing recommendation.
Good. And he'll, well, you better get going then. He'll kind of tuck himself back into the book. And just pretend to not even notice that you're there.
Okie doke. All right.
Yeah.
So you want to take
you want to check out a book?
Yeah, I'm gonna take my planet's space book.
Perfect.
Get my astrology reading on. Yeah, I'll take that over and check that one out.
Are you just carrying the satchel with that, or what are you doing there? It's not like a gigantic bag or anything like that, but it's it's like think of like an inkwell and a quill and some paper all kind of stuffed into a pouch.
Yeah, can I just put them into my robes and just because I probably don't need to keep it, right? I mean,
Sure.
I could always just hang on to these pieces of parchment. It's good quality, and in the case of one knight escaping a prison, it's not gonna destroy the writing or anything like that.
Yeah, no,
So
for
I'm
sure.
just gonna kind of the kind of sleeping on rough on the streets insulation, putting the newspaper in underneath your coat, that sort of thing.
Okay, sure. Give me a sleight of hand roll.
Four plus. Oh, I have a +2 actually. 6.
Hey, there we go. Okay, you very sort of meekly try to stuff this like to be up in the crook of your arm, and you sort of push the book to your side so that it tries to look as natural as possible. It looks like there's really not many people paying attention to you though. And you head to the front and you ask if you can check the book out. They have you fill out a little form with your name and the date, things like that, expected return date, stuff like that. And he'll take the book from you, sort of open it up to the front where they have like a listing of all the people who've checked it out, and he'll add your name to the very bottom so that they know, like, almost like school style checking out a book, right? They just kind of write your name down. But yeah, he'll offer you sort of this like makeshift little, almost basket, if you will, to put the book in so that you can carry it back.
Okie doke, awesome. All right, I'll just head out with that then and head back. So I've got the map from him. I've got the pieces of paper and the ink. All right, fantastic. Yeah, I'll head back towards the cell.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead, think about what 2 spells you want to write down. You can do those before tonight while everyone else is finishing up what they're doing. So you pick whatever 2 you want.
And they'll be cast at my highest level spell slot, 2nd level, or doesn't matter?
They'll be cast at whatever the highest level spell slot they can be. Sure.
Yeah. And I mean, I wouldn't be able to use a cantrip, right? It would have to be just 2. But it would still be just a single use. I mean, essentially.
Yeah,
if I chose a cantrip.
it's gonna be a one. Whatever you pick is what the 2 you pick are one time and one time only. One cast. That's it.
Yep. All right. Cool.
All right. Awesome. So two spells from your normal spell book. And with that, we'll go back to Call. Call, you swiftly have been turned around and punched in the face by one of the orcs. A bit of blood kind of splatters from your beak, and you take 6 damage. Actually, wow, that was quite a hit. It looks like you are you're going to be fighting these 2 orcs. How would you like to proceed? Either side of you, there is an orc each. Behind you is Six Finger Joe sitting on his weird little makeshift chair. Go ahead and after that first punch, give me an initiative roll.
8 plus, what do I get to initiative? +3, 11.
Okay. Sounds good. The orcs rolled a bit higher, so they will go before you. Let me just write down one thing real quick here. All right, the second orc is going to try to swing at you. And see if he can. He's actually going to try to kick you. He's going to kick your legs to see if he can get you to fall down on the ground, and they can kind of just gang up on you and beat you up. What is your armor class without any armor on?
Oh. What is my armor worth? I have 17 normally with armor.
Oh, actually, no. You actually don't wear armor, Call.
I'm a barbarian.
Yeah, you're a barbarian. So you have unarmored bonus and you have your dexterity bonus. So your armor is actually the exact same. They don't know who they're messing with, essentially.
So they don't know that I'm the biggest expert?
Apparently not, because they've picked a fight with you, my friend.
Oh, that's very dumb.
Well, that's what Six Finger Joe told him to do.
Oh, carry on.
He goes and tries to kick you kind of in the legs, right, to kind of kneecap you a little bit. But you're able to sort of tense your leg up and move it in such a way that his blow is deflected. And yeah, your turn, my friend. You just got punched in the face by one of them. It hurt. It was a pretty good blow. And the other one's kick got deflected off your leg.
Feeling a little bit spicy, situations got a little bit dicey. I would like to, at this point, go into a rage.
All right, you go ahead and into a rage. Give me a perception check.
Quick bird, perceptive bird, 20.
Okay, you notice as you're going into a rage, you sort of scan around, because fighting is obviously strictly prohibited. You notice that all the guards that were standing watch in this courtyard are all gone. They sort of walked away, so they're nowhere to be seen.
I would like to proceed and punch one of them.
Okay, go ahead and give me a to hit roll. This is an unarmed strike, essentially. So you can add your strength bonus. I don't know if you're proficient in unarmed, are you? Let's see.
I have rolled a natural 20.
All right, well, that won't really matter with that one. Go ahead and give me, it'll be for unarmed. Let me take a look real quick. I think it's just a straight up like D4. Regardless, it's going to be a crit, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, I think it's a D4. Go ahead, give me a D4, Call. Just go ahead and roll that, and we'll add that to what the max damage is.
3.
Oh, no, okay, it's not. Sorry, it's actually not even a roll. It's 1 plus your strength modifier. So what is your strength mod, my man?
3.
3. Okay, so you do a 4, so you're going to do 8 damage to him. Which one did you punch?
The one on the right.
The one that hit you, or the one that tried to kick you?
The one that hit me.
Okay. Yeah, you reach out and you sort of clock him in the side of the head. It scrapes and sort of you can feel his flesh tearing behind your punch a little bit as you twist as you strike him for a really, really solid blow. He sort of staggers and looks a bit disoriented for a moment. But he is still standing. He puts his fist back up, and they both try to attack you at the same time to try to catch you off guard. None of them are able to connect, though, as your unarmored defense is simply too strong. They both kind of try to go sweep high and sweep low at the same time. But you're able to dodge out of the way very quickly. From each of their strikes, you're a seasoned veteran of combat, whereas these orcs have really only dealt with like brawls and things like that. Go ahead, your turn. You're able to dodge both of them quite easily.
Rolling to hit.
Go for it.
Oh. Do I still have my demon forms?
Let's see. What's the because you chose the path of the demon, which is a sort of adaptation of the path of the beast here. Yeah, it would be actually. So which one would you like to pick? Yeah, you can pick any of them.
Let's do bite form. I'm a little bit hungry too.
Sounds good. Yeah, so whenever you damage someone, you can choose to bite them as well. Oh no, wait, let's see. Yeah, you can choose to bite them. I think just as a bonus action, if I'm not mistaken. Jeez Louise. This is a very bad combat for them. You're gonna destroy these guys. They didn't realize that Call needs no weapons in order to deal a ton of damage. All right, man. So you have like a punch. a kick, that you can do. If you want to try to get creative with something else, you let me know, but you have your bite as well. So what's the plan?
I would like to, first of all, since I rolled a 19 plus 5 is 24, I would like to bite one of them nicely in the shoulder.
Okay. So that roll is for your bite. Yeah, go ahead and give me damage. That does have a damage roll. That's 1d8 plus 3, but I believe it'll be plus 5 because you're raging as well, right? So you get an extra. Let's see, how much extra strength do you get? Yeah, you get plus 2 melee damage on when you rage. So there you go.
3 plus 3 is 6. And then what for raging?
The plus 2 you get for raging.
Oh, so that would be 8 from the bite.
And that's to the other guy or to the same person?
This would be to the leg-kicking person.
Okay. Yeah, you reach out and you take a solid chunk out of his shoulder. You can see the blood kind of starting to flow down his arm as you've taken just a mass of flesh.
Oh, you taste better than the cafeteria food.
You heal yourself for 4 hit points at the same time.
Feeling good.
Roll an intimidation.
12.
Okay. You can see they're a bit shaken, but they're not quite running away. When you enter this sort of rage, that like shadowy appearance sort of flows around your face and your beak, right? That's the form of the demon that you've taken to augment your bite to be more useful in combat. Yeah, so you're quite an intimidating force to look at, but it looks like they have a pretty solid resolve, and they're sticking in there for now. So you went ahead and bit one of them. Are you going to go for any other kind of attack? I think you can punch them as well if you choose to.
I would like to punch one of them in the face.
Okay. Directed strike. Go ahead, let's see it. You're rolling hot. Can it continue?
17 plus 5 is 22.
Yeah, that is plenty. That is absolutely plenty. Go ahead and it would be 1 plus 3, that's 4, then plus another 2 because of your rage. That's 6. Which one are you punching, man? The guy that you just bit or the other one?
The other one. I wouldn't want him to feel left out.
Sure, you have you've hit this guy in the face twice now. You sort of hit him once with the left hook and then got him back in and jabbed him with the right. And he is looking very dazed and confused. There's a bit of blood that's coming down from his nose and from the corner of his mouth as your hits have a lot of power behind them compared to what they're used to fighting. He is still kind of standing, but you can tell he's very off balance now. And he's not really on his game, if you will.
Red really is a good color on you.
They're gonna try and attack you again. This time, they kind of have decided to give up fighting honorably. The one that you bit is going to pull out like knuckle dusters kind of deal. Looks like they're made out of crude metal, and he puts them on his fingers, and he's gonna try to punch you with those. He's gonna try and kind of almost a flurry of attacks. He's gonna try to hit you twice. Since they've been absolutely useless in attacking you so far, and he continues to be. Whether or not the intimidation got to him a little more than he'd like to admit, his swings go wide as you sort of enter this battle trance, and you're effortlessly deflecting attacks and just moving to the side. The orc that you punched in the face twice is gonna try one more time he's gonna kick you. See if he can try to bring you down. That's his only thought, is that if they can get you on the ground, maybe they have a chance. But alas, 17 is a little difficult.
Thickest, quickest bird.
Yeah, his kick connects with your side, but it just stops as if it's hit a wall essentially, and it's not able to bring you down or move you even. You can see Six Finger Joe behind you, or not see rather, but you can hear him. Guys, let's clean this up here, everybody. Come on, get to it, chop chop. He can sound his voice is a little shaken, a little scared, if you will. Your turn, Cole.
This is the best lunch I've had in 2 years. Rolling to hit.
Okay.
7 plus 5 is 12.
As if just like fear is driving them. Which one were you trying to bite?
The kicking person.
Okay, the guy that just tried to kick you. Yeah, he very quickly sort of shifts out of the way as he's quite afraid of that bite that he saw his friend go through. So he really doesn't want to get hit by that, and he backs away a couple feet even to avoid it.
And then I'm rolling to, let's say, kick the other one.
Okay.
In the
Go
face.
ahead and try. You can try to roundhouse kick him in the head. Got it. Okay.
2 plus 5 is 7.
It once again goes wide, and it looks like they're sort of respecting you a lot more as a combatant, even though it's 2 against 1, which any other day of the week would have been more than enough, especially the bodyguards of Six Finger Joe. You're not able to connect with him. They're both feeling a little bit more confident now. They're both gonna just try to punch you. As they maybe it was just a fluke, you know, maybe it was just a luck that got them that got you so much damage on them. Wow, these guys have yet to roll above a 10 though, so they're just having a bad time. Once again, you sort of dodge and duck out of the way of this onslaught of attacks that are coming at you, effortlessly dodging all 4 of them as they sort of go into a quick barrage. Your turn once again, Call.
Rolling to hit.
Okay.
Serving
This is for the
justice to the brawlers. This is for the kick.
bite. Okay.
8 plus 5 is 13.
The 13 is just shy, unfortunately. And he's able to, just at the last moment, kind of duck very slightly and avoid the kick coming towards his head to basically bop his head off of his body.
As my leg is coming down, I would like to attempt to bite the same person.
Sure.
6 plus 5 is 11.
That's not going to do it. It looks like the hot streak of Call has cooled off a little bit as we've got ourselves in action. I was just worried you were going to, like, two-shot these guys. It does look like they've sort of picked up their own rhythm, maybe shaking off the nerves they were feeling a little bit earlier. And he is able to avoid your bite as well. This is the same guy you bit previously. You sort of chomp into the air and catch only wind as you're not able to connect with him. One of them is going to stoop to the ground and try to grab some sand and throw it at your eyes, trying to play dirty. Let's go ahead. Give me a dexterity save, Call.
14 plus 3 is 17.
Okay, that is more than enough as you're able to not only shield your eyes, but also kind of spin dodge out of the way to avoid the sand. Instead, it kind of goes over top of Six Finger Joe, who's kind of now just kind of sputtering as there's sand in his face and in his drink and things like that. The other one is going to try to punch you in the confusion. Oh, and he's able to connect. Good job, guys. I'm proud of you. At least we got one more hit in there. He deals 4 damage as he kind of shoulder checks you with his hand. For, unarmed combat, they're pretty strong. I mean, they're not weak by any means, but you have certainly been through tougher fights and been much closer to death than you are now. He feels he kind of gets a bit of a grin though as he's able to connect a hit with you.
I would like to do a quick duck and then punch one of them in the throat.
Okay, sure. How about the guy that just hit you or the other guy that tried to throw sand at you?
The sand thrower.
Okay. You sort of from that punch you try to anticipate another blow landing and you duck to try to jab into this guy's throat. Go ahead and give me your roll.
7 plus 5 is 12.
It looks like they've caught on to your rhythm call, as they're not such easy targets anymore for you. He sort of anticipates that movement and is able to duck his head out of the way in time. Any bite happening?
Yes, I would like to bite the person who I punched in the face multiple times.
Okay, so that's the other guy who just hit you. You sort of weave back and try to bite him as well.
13.
13. Total?
Total.
We've got ourselves a brawl, man. He is not wanting to get bitten. I tell you that. He's able to sort of deflect your beak. It's not that he dodged out of the way. He kind of intercepted your head a bit and pushed it out of the way. It looks like these guys are pretty trained in unarmed combat, as if they've been maybe in prison for quite a long time or were brawlers beforehand. Who knows? But they're at least a bit experienced. Okay, they're both gonna try. One of them is gonna try to kick you. The other one's gonna try and punch you. Let's see. Okay, one of the punches is able to land again as you are you're dodging to the side that kick at the same time. Another 4 damage coming down on you, my friend. It hits you in the same spot in the shoulder, and it's kind of throbbing a bit more now as you kind of punch that same area, trying to exploit the weakness that they've opened up for themselves.
It's the best exercise I've had in a while. I would like to bite first and then ask questions later.
Sure. Which one are you biting?
I'm biting the one who I've punched in the face several times.
Okay. Go for it.
23.
That will certainly hit. Go ahead and give me some damage rolls.
It's 1d8 plus 3, plus 2 because I'm in a rage.
You got it.
2 plus 3 is 5, plus 2 is 7.
7. All right, you take a chunk out of his arm as it sort of was lunging out to punch you, and it does connect. You're able to take advantage of that moment and slice through, chop off a bit of that flesh. You heal once again for 4 damage. And at this point, he's looking like very pale for an orc, this sort of almost mint green color, where he was almost a dark, almost grungy green before. And he turns tail and runs. He just runs away. He is not willing to die in this situation. So he's fleeing the scene. Roll an intimidation check.
18 plus 1 is 19.
Okay, the other one who sees now that it is a fair fight, a 1-on-1, and they were already having a lot of trouble with it being a 2-on-1, will follow and run away as well. They'll both use the disengage action, and then they'll just take their movement to book it out of there. What would you like to do?
I would like to resume the conversation with Master Joe.
Okay. You turn to Joe, who is kind of awestruck in disbelief. He drops his goblet on the ground. Oh, boy. Hey now, Cole. You know me, we're just kidding around. A couple of kiddos over here, me and you. We can work something out, right? And he'll kind of walk up to you and he'll be like, I can make you rich, Cole. You work for me. I can make you rich, man. Get you anything you want in here.
Anything I want?
Yeah, anything you want.
Besides your blood.
Oh, whoa. and he'll kind of pale at that a little bit. Now, let's not be hasty, you know. Come on, Carl, you don't need my blood.
How about a compromise?
I'm good with compromises. What do you need? What do you need?
Instead of me taking your blood, how about those weapons that I mentioned before? And I call it even.
Done. Deal. You got yourself a deal, Carl. That is a smart businessman. I respect that. I respect that about you. And he'll go to behind the stool that he has, and he'll pull out like a small like little package. And he'll kind of, with trembling hands, hand it over to you.
Thank you, Master Joe, for your cooperation. And your business.
Yeah, Cole. Don't mention it, man, buddy, pal. And he'll kind of he's just been getting kind of paler and paler as he's never seen, his bodyguards bested, let alone by one person who he didn't think had it in him. And he'll at that moment actually kind of get a bit faint and fall into his chair. It looks like he's kind of passed out from being scared.
Well then, that was a nice warm-up. I would like to return to the room with the said items.
All right, sounds good. You kind of, give me a sleight of hand to hide that satchel, that package that he gave you.
It's going to be a 9 plus 5 because I'm proficient, so 14.
Oh, very nice. Okay, yeah, you're able to sort of tuck it away into like one of your pant legs to kind of and keep it flush against your legs.
And I'll pull the feathers over it a little bit so it's kind of obscured.
Perfect. And you walk back to to your cell where you were hanging out with Thomas before. All right, Mendax, that leaves you. So you are at the table and you've been waiting for about 5-10 minutes or so, just kind of eating your lunch. You're not really sure what they meant by we'll take care of it.
Okay. So from where I'm sitting, can I still see the guards table? While I'm waiting and picking at the food, I want to see if I can't find the guard with the actual keys.
Okay, so you want to try to... There are 5 guards sitting at that table. They all look about the same. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Let's see how keen your sight is and how lucky you are if you're able to distinguish
18.
which one has the key.
18 plus 1, 19.
Absolutely. Though it is a pretty obscured angle, you're able to see that the guard that's in the center, he kind of has tan skin, and he's actually wearing a hat. So you can use that to kind of distinguish them. The rest of them aren't, and he's wearing some kind of like little cap. He has what looks to be, you just see the faintest idea of like a ring that's strapped to his waist, like one of his belt loops. You can't see the keys or anything like that, but you see what looks to be like the beginnings of a key ring. So you think that's your guy.
Okay. I'm going to give it like 30 more seconds or so. And if I don't see any activity from the tieflings, then I think I'm going to take what's left of my mystery meat. And as quickly as I can, hopefully without being seen by too many people, I'm going to throw it at the orc table.
Okay. I like it. You wait the 30 seconds. Nothing happens in that time.
Okay, then off with the mystery meat.
Okay, give me a... What the heck would that even be? Give me a sleight of hand as well as just a dexterity check. It's like a improvised thrown weapon here.
Okay, I had an 18 plus 3 for the sleight of hand. So 21. And then a 17. It's not a save, right? It's just a regular.
Well,
So
it'll be, you know what? It'll be it's actually like a strength check. That's how like most thrown objects work. It's not a finesse or dexterity.
Okay.
So it's like how hard can you throw this?
All right, then it's a plus 0, but it is a 17.
Okay, so 17 straight up. I like it. You're able to almost time it with a bit of commotion that you see. The orcs look like they're getting a bit rowdy with the arm wrestling that's going on at their table. It just very quietly, but with a lot of force behind it, you chuck this mystery meat, and it hits true. It strikes the back of one of the orcs' heads and sort of, like, splatters into this, like almost like a grenade went off, but it's made of this weird congealed meat slop that you pulled from your plate.
Ugh.
And the orcs all go quiet, and actually you can see that the whole room has gone quiet. The guards at the station are you can see out of the corner of your eye are like, they look like they're kind of just shifting their heads, like looking at each other, like they're panicking. Like food fights and brawls in the kitchen have happened before, and they really don't want to deal with one of those. The orc that you hit in the back of the head, he'll kind of just slowly raise his hand and wipe off. His head is bald, yeah, and he wipes off the back of it and sort of flicks it to the ground. And he'll stand up. The rest of the orcs are kind of just looking at him, and he turns around. He towers probably 6.5 feet up to 7 feet, possibly. You can't quite distinguish it. And he just lets out this guttural roar, just, and he'll just literally go to the nearest person to him that's not an orc. Like, it doesn't matter. He has asked 0 questions. He has no idea. The nearest person to him is a dwarf, and he'll pick him up and he'll just chuck him to the other side of the room. He just throws him and he clatters. The dwarf kind of sprawls out and hits into a group of humans that are sitting down on the other side. The other orcs will stand up as well, and they'll sort of give their own like crazy battle roars at the same time. And you can see that you've essentially caused just pandemonium in this cafeteria. Very quickly, it devolves from what looked to be a fairly orderly lunch into just this knuckle drag out brawl. The guards are they're essentially blowing whistles. It's getting very high pitched, and people are just taking this opportunity to beat up whatever rival clan or faction it happens to be in this cafeteria at that time.
Perfect. Okay, so while this is happening, I want to keep my eye on the guard with a hat and try to, avoiding punches and kicks as much as I can, make my way over towards that guard.
Sure. The brawl has kind of has become quite almost like think of it like a concert, right? And people are almost moshing around, so it's very difficult to navigate. You are able to keep your eye in general on this guard that's in the corner. Go ahead and give me, what would be the best for it here? In acrobatics. Give me an acrobatics check.
Oh, thank God for that, because that's my highest one.
Nice. All right, let's see it.
All right, I got an 11 plus 7, so 18.
Oof, 18. You are able to sort of dance your way between most of the fighting that's happening. You're almost just able to uncannily avoid a lot of these attacks. I mean, there are people that are they're like picking other people up, pushing them to the ground, sort of punching them there. There's food flying in the air. There's trays flying around. You can see that some of the orcs have ripped the bar stools off from were bolted in the ground, and they're starting to kind of just use them as makeshift clubs. But you're able to sort of finesse your way around, or rather through, this sort of chaos that's going on. The guards have full swing now. They're in like riot mode, right? There's nothing worse than a kitchen full of inmates that are all now just brawling each other. Um, you can hear whistles being blown from down the hall, like outside, echoing in. So you think that reinforcements are on the way. But you make it through to the orcs corner without being hit. You can see that the guard you've kept your eye on, they're all trying to like drag and pull each other, like pull people off of each other, essentially. Sit them down, even going so far as to tying up some of their hands and like tying them to the tables and stuff like that where they can. But it's a slow process, and there's just like a mosh pit of combat happening all around you.
Perfect. I want to get as close as I can and see if I can't yoink the keys off of his belt while he's busy with another inmate.
Okay, give me a stealth check with advantage because it's just madness in here right now.
Perfect. Okay, so it's a +5, so 11 + 5 is 16 for the first roll,
Okay.
and that it's worse for the second. So
Okay, 16. Yeah, you sort of try to cling to the dimly lit corners of the room as you're working your way around and towards this guard. He is flanked on either side by other guards as well, who are trying to accomplish the same thing. You now see though the key ring has sort of you know, not it was kind of shoved into his pocket that he had. It's now sort of loose on his side, though it is clipped around his belt loop.
Oh, still flipped. Okay, then. I mean, I'm still going to try for it, definitely. Still going to try for it. I'm just trying to decide if I want to use my tail to, like, slap him at the same time or not. No, I don't want to try to direct his attention towards me at all. So,
Okay.
I'm just going to try to get in close and go for the unclipping.
Okay. Yeah, you move to go in close and try to sort of essentially pinch the key ring off of his belt loop. Give me a dexterity save.
Lord.
Dex check, we'll say.
That's not a bad one, though. That's not a bad one.
No, that's your best. It is
All
your
right.
best one.
It's a 14, and it's
Okay.
+5.
Oh, okay, yeah, so 19. That's quite high indeed. You move close to try and steal these keys off of the guard. As you do, sort of almost like a wave of people sort of push into each other and knock everybody down like dominoes. The guards that were trying to again just separate the two people that are fighting right in front of them are knocked over and sort of pinned underneath these orcs. They're trying to push them up and off. His hat has fallen and kind of gotten blown off of his head. But he's now on the ground. It's kind of difficult to try to get to his key ring without being noticed at this point.
Without being noticed by the guards. So the guards are all on the ground as well?
Yeah, it was sort of like the guards that were at that table are all... They're not splitting up, right? They're trying to stay together, like strength in numbers kind of deal. And they're one by one trying to just like separate the fighters and either get them to calm down and leave or like trying to take action and tying them up. They do have like clubs, essentially. I would say batons, but they're not that fancy. They're essentially just like clubs that they're using to kind of beat some of the prisoners into submission if they're not paying attention, especially some of the orcs. The orcs look like they're very sort of savage and feral. And they're not really paying attention to the to the law of the man here.
Okay, I feel like I'm close enough then. What I want to do is scream and yell and point at the orc closest to them, or like maybe like the one right behind him, so that they can't see him right away. I want to scream, "That orc's got a shank!"
Okay, sure. Go ahead and give me a bluff. Again, with we'll say with advantage, because it's just madness happening in there.
Is a bluff a deception?
Yeah, deception. Sorry, I forgot.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's deception.
4, I was just going Thank you. So that's 18 for the first one, and 16 plus 4 is 20 for the second one.
Okay, yeah, they take your word that they've now just kind of heard out of the darkness, but you sound serious enough, and you sound you know, they believe you essentially. And several of the guards kind of just try to peel off and get this orc and try to restrain him. They're all kind of, one of them is grabbing one arm, the other one's grabbing another arm. Two of them are trying to grab his legs as well, so they can't move. But he's very strong, so he's kind of giving them a lot of difficulty. The guard that you're trying to pickpocket is sort of, he's got his arm locked around the orc's neck. He's trying to like just bring him to the ground.
Okay, so while he's busy then with his arms busy, now I want to go in to take the keys.
Okay. Go for it. Give me a sleight of hand. Let's see if the pickpocketing skills of Mendax ring true.
Got, alright, 11 plus 3 is 14.
You're able to grab hold of the key ring, but you're not at that point able to sort of get it to shimmy off of his belt loop. It looks like, let me give it a roll here. Yeah, in everything that's going on, he does not notice you kind of pulling essentially at this key ring that's looped to his pants. At that time, you can see that there is a large number of guards now pouring in to the kitchen here. The reinforcements have arrived, and they're starting to break up the fights very quickly.
Oh shit. Okay, then I've got to go for it again. I've got to go for the keys one last time. Like, I have them in my hands, so now I need to... It's not like stuck on it, I just didn't get it right. So, like, there's a clip and I just couldn't get the clip off, or do I need to go for the whole belt?
I mean, at that point, you're kind of acting very quickly and very, just kind of on the fly. Basically, you know that it's clipped on. You weren't able to sort of shimmy it off. You were looking for like where the release is. You're not sure how that's supposed to come off. You can try to pickpocket him again, or you can if you want to change up your strategy, that's fine.
No, I'm going to try to pickpocket him again. I don't think I can reach my hands around and gingerly remove his belt before the other guy get there.
Fair enough. Give me a sleight of hand, but this time with disadvantage. Going for the same kind of thing twice in a row, back to back, is he'll start to pay attention and notice if you're not careful.
See on the first one. Okay, well, 16 and a 19, so a 16 plus 3, which is 19.
Okay, that'll work even with disadvantage. You are able to sort of gingerly, now you see how the clasp kind of works, and you're able to detach this keyring from his belt and quickly sort of ferry it into your sleeve and down your shirt a bit, so that it's fallen to where you sort of tucked your shirt into your pants a bit. Yeah, very quickly the fight's getting broken up though. You've retrieved the key ring. Well done, well played. An artful distraction. What are you gonna do now?
Okay, I'd like to try to make my way out amongst, towards the edge of the fight and just head my way back, looking as inconspicuous or innocently panicked as possible. Like, I was just caught up in this. Oh my god! Oh god, my face! I've been hit. Oh, and just let them know I'm not a threat. I'm not attacking anyone, and head back to my cell.
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead and give me another stealth check as you're trying to get your way out of here without being noticed by the guards at the front, who are just freshly running in and trying to assess the situation.
14 plus 5, 19.
Okay. Whether by luck or by the artful skill of evasion, you are able to escape notice from the guards that are pouring into the room. They certainly have their hands tied. If you're going to just try and sort of leave and not be a further problem to the situation, it looks like either they're fine with it or they just don't notice you leaving. So you're able to escape the kitchen, escape the lunchroom, keys in hand, or shall we say in pocket. Nicely done. Good job, dude. Yeah, you head back to the cells. Nigel, we'll come back to you before we all meet back up. what are the 2 spells that you've picked that you want to have for these squirrels?
Well, we're not going to be setting anything on fire for once. So,
Okay.
invisibility and disguise self.
Invisibility and disguise self. Choosing the utilitous route. I like it. I like it. I like it. Okay, very nice. You have those prepared. You can use them as you would a normal spell. It costs an action, and once you use it, the scroll kind of almost from the energy that's invoked through it, it kind of burns up a little bit, and it almost like flash paper disappears. So you have those ready. As you're finishing those scrolls up, you see Call return, who looks like he's been a little bit beaten and battered, but is still in one piece and looks fairly healthy, regardless.
Just as a note, I ended up taking a net of 6 damage by the end of the fight after healing myself, so not that much damage.
No, not that much damage at all. You still, your feathers are ruffled, though. There's still the telltale signs of combat.
There's some sand on me
on
and stuff, too.
Glistening, he's glistening with the after effects of his exertions.
There you go.
Oh, Carl, good to see you back. I hope you were successful. I know that smile from a mile away. You've just taken a bite out of somebody, haven't you?
Yes, it was quite delicious. I wasn't intending to get involved in any kind of tussle, but it seems that orc and gnome customs are different than Kenku, and they decided to punch me in the face. So I punched them in the face.
Always underestimating a Kenku, aren't they? Gave them a bit of a surprise, did you?
Yes. They're a bit slow. It was hard for them to hit me.
So I imagine things didn't go as planned initially with Six-Fingered Joe, but at the end you were able to get the weapons?
Oh, I still got the weapons. Once Mr. Joe lost his bodyguards, he was a lot more keen to negotiate.
It's a good way to put it.
I bet he was.
We'll say at that point, Mendax, you sort of walk in. A couple of minutes have passed. You all, Nigel got back well before the rest of you two did, but Mendax, you come back. You sort of slink your way into the cells as well. It looks like it's still sort of open time, if you will, in the prison where people can not necessarily roam about everywhere they want to, but the designated areas are fine to go to. So the doors are still open.
I've never been so glad to be in a cell before in my life. It's crazy out there.
It is a prison.
Oh, I know. I mean, I've dabbled in prisons before, but I feel like this one might be the largest that I've ever spent time in, and not pleasant, put it that way.
Oh.
Especially not the food.
Yes. I mean, I haven't even tried the food yet, but their collection of books was absolutely disastrous. I can tell you they didn't even have any of the great works of history. It's one of the most poorly stocked libraries I've ever been in, and multiple times people were speaking above a whisper in there. It's honestly absolutely no decorum in here.
I will say the orc meat is not too bad.
Oh, the orc mead? Have they got a distillery in here?
No,
They're
meat.
making mead. Oh.
You know, bite. You have to bite something.
And that's how I know that something is up and we have not been in here for 2 years, because if we've been here for 2 years and I have not started a distillery in the toilet in this room, something's up.
So, Carl, you have the weapons that you procured from Six-Fingered Joe. You open sort of the package that's kind of wrapped in this cloth. You see inside that there are 2 blackjacks, essentially batons. It looks like they're guard batons. Mendax, it looks like similar to what you saw the guards using in the cafeteria. It looks like Six-Fingered Joe maybe filched these off of one of the guards or stole from their supply or something like that. But you only have 2 of them, so whoever you guys decide can use them if you guys run into any trouble. They're a simple weapon. They just do a D6. They're finesse, so it's plus your dexterity modifier.
Well, Mendax, you have some finesse. Would you care to hold one of these and maybe bonk someone on the head?
Oh, can I tell you, there's nothing I'd love more right now than to bonk someone on the head with this thing. So yes, I will very much take one. Thank you.
I would like to hand over the bonking device to Mendax.
Okay, Mendax.
I would like to accept the bonking device.
You
Good.
accept it, and you can add to your inventory one bonking device.
Keep in mind
Second one going to who? Oh, go ahead.
Keep in mind the guards in this prison are incredibly well equipped, and I've seen a lot of them. Not a single one seems to be sleeping at their post. So, let's use these for maybe if another prisoner tries to get in our way, but let's avoid fighting any of the guards at every chance. Please, don't be trigger happy.
Club, how can I have it be trigger happy? It's not a crossbow.
I think he's saying that we should bonk selectively.
Oh, that makes okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering. There's no trigger on the club. I'm just confused for the moment.
Would you be opposed to me carrying the other one, Nigel?
Oh, I'm definitely not going to be using it. As always, I'm not not expecting myself to be much use in the hand-to-hand combat department. However, my master somehow got in contact with this Salazar fellow, and I do have the ability to disguise myself or to turn one of you invisible, but I'll only be able to cast 2 spells. These are single-use parchment scrolls, essentially, so we're going to have to use them wisely.
Okay.
And you retrieve the key, yes?
Oh yes, I definitely have the key. I'm going to dig down into my pants, my shirt, through my shirt and my pants. It's where I have the key, and just look to the side, and actually decide just to leave it in there. I'm just going to pat my pants. I got it. I may have started a war, but I got it.
You hear the jingle jangle, the unmistakable clinking of keys kind of shifting next to each other as she pats her shirt.
Seems like
Okay,
our
so-
mission is accomplished in this stage.
Yes, and now comes the next stage, which would have been a lot easier if I could, remember planning this escape. But luckily, I do have a map. So if you take a look at this map, and I'll pull that out and show it to you two. Apparently, there's something about sneaking into the warden's room and trying to get on out of here. Now, I'm not 100% sure exactly what the details of the plan are, but we do have a rough route of the guards, as well as the rooms marked with the X's, which are, of course, basically guard stations and, they're little places where they're going to be eating snacks and hanging out and playing dice and that sort of thing. So avoid the rooms of the X's at all costs, and, yeah, if we can try to make our way into the warden's chamber, then I believe that's integral. Now, out of character from, and that's all I got was something to do with us getting into the warden's room. Essentially, we didn't really get any other details on exactly what the plan was, right?
Yep. Well, supposedly you know some part of this plan, but yeah.
Yeah.
You need to make it to the warden's room. That's been your master plan that you can see, and you know that you're trying to escape from this prison. You have that checklist, and you can see several things previously struck out. From what you can gather, Nigel, just looking at your previous notes, by the way, all in your handwriting, so you know that it's you that wrote it. You figure that there is some route of escape in the warden's office. That's not like the front door, right? The front door, way too hard to get through, guarded, tons of guards between you and there. So from your research and planning, you figured out that there's rumor that there is some sort of escape route out of the warden's chamber, like a secret passage.
Yes, so some sort of secret passage, maybe a servant's access corridor or something like that to the warden's chambers. But if we can get in there, then hopefully there's something we can do. If the warden's in there, which I expect since we'll be doing this tonight, I think that's where your blackjacks might come in handy. because we might just need to knock him unconscious, tie him up, that sort of thing. We don't want to kill him or anybody if possible. And hopefully if we can get there, we can get out of here. But, I mean, it's the blind leading the blind. This isn't the most detailed map of them all. So does this look familiar to you guys on your explorations? Have you... How do we get to this exact part of the room or the prison? Can you guys make any sense of it?
It's sort of on that note, Thomas will come back in. Oh, well, dang, you guys were mighty quick. I wasn't expecting you back till the late evening. Did it all go as planned? Did y'all get the implements? The items?
Well, I was a bit taken aback by the customs of Master Joe, who set his orcs upon me and demanded 50 gold for the weapons. So I'm not sure if he was actually paid or not, but in any case, the orcs got their asses handed to them, and I did get the weapons.
That's my call. Well done, bud. I knew there'd be no match for you. And Mendax, were you successful?
Oh, yes. I mean, I definitely got a bit of potato in my hair, and I would probably recommend not going to the cafeteria anytime soon. But I got what I went for.
Excellent, excellent. It's all coming together then. And
Indeed,
he'll look
Thomas.
at you, Nigel. He'll say, "I just confirmed it, Nigel. The warden's out. They're on their yearly trip to the village. If you guys have noticed, the guards have been kind of light tonight, huh? Usually this place is teeming with them, but they've gone on their restock run to the local village around. So it's now or never. We gotta go. Well, tonight,
Indeed.
anyways."
Yes. So, Thomas, we've got a map. I'm going to need your help in figuring out. Does this look familiar to you? Do you know this part of the prison?
That's the only part of the prison I ain't never been to, but I know the stairs that'll get us up there.
All right. Can you describe them for us?
Well,
Just in
why do I
case we
gotta
get
describe
separated.
them? I'm coming with y'all.
Of course, Thomas. But just making sure, in case we have to split up, we need to all be able to rejoin up here near the warden's quarters. Of course, you're coming with us, though. You've been an invaluable part of this mission.
And he'll all right. Yeah, I guess that does make some amount of sense there. I mean, you ain't led us astray so far, Nigel. And he'll explain sort of the directions you have to take. You know, you go past the library, up the first set of stairs, go around the bend past the showers, and then there's the stairwell that goes up to the warden's chamber. Some just nondescript kind of directions.
All
Well-
right. And I'm expecting there'll probably be guards on the way as well, so we'll need to be our most quiet. So if anyone's got any footwear that's making lots of noise, remove it. Barefoot would probably be best for tonight's job. And let's just make sure. There's definitely going to be guards guarding the entrance between the two areas of the prison. Obviously, prisoners aren't allowed up there. Hopefully, it'll be lighter once we are locked away at night, though. And any suggestions on what time we should wait? Immediately after we're locked up? Should we wait for midnight? Kind of the very, very middle of the night when hopefully the guards are slumbering at their posts?
I'd recommend they do 2 checks normally, Nigel. I've been watching them like hawks these last year. Every night, once the cell doors shut for the night and it's shut-eye time, one guard patrol will come around, check on everybody, make sure everyone's in their cells, and then they do a second one about an hour later. So I figure about midnight, a little bit into the wee hours of the morning, that's when we should make our move.
And that'll be right after the second check, right?
Yes, sir. Right after the second check.
All right, it sounds like a plan. Are there any other ideas? Any other contingencies we should prepare for? Carl, anything you're thinking of?
I've been wrestling with us being in here the entire time. None of this makes sense to me, but I understand the mission that we're undertaking, so I've been preparing.
And Mendax, any special preparations or last things we should do before we're locked in here for the night? Anything else you need for the escape?
I don't think so. I don't really want to go back out there, if I'm being completely honest. It's a
Oh,
bit crazy.
what about our
Yes,
regular equipment? Wouldn't that be stored somewhere?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we can afford the detour. The armory, that section of the prison, that's locked down tight, Carl. It ain't a part of Nigel's plan. At least it wasn't originally. Nigel, are we changing the plan up?
Is that where Goop would be?
Goop? What is a goop?
Watch your mouth.
I meant no disrespect.
Who is Goop? Goop has saved our lives many times, and he's an important part of the party. Even though he can't technically speak, we're not sure if he really feels anything. He's we think he might be intelligent, but definitely our belongings will be somewhere held in the prison storage. I mean, this becomes a whole lot more ambitious if we're trying to add rescuing all of our gear. I'm not sure. I don't know how we got here, Carl. Mendax, I'm not sure if we just get out and this is going to resume, or how the hell we can get back to our beginnings. I know that Nivix, my master, knows we're here, but he didn't send any hints other than just this support with this parchment. I think we've already got a hard road ahead of us.
Well,
Thomas, how deep, how of a detour is that? How hard do you think it would be to get there?
I mean, and he'll try to consider it. I don't know, Nigel, that sounds like a mighty tall ask. It seems mighty foolish to be changing up the plans last minute. We've been prepping for over a year now, and getting our stuff was never part of the plan.
I will say something. Due to our memory loss, it may be possible that they don't even have our weapons. It was just a thought that I had, and I'm not meaning to derail our entire plan. Our freedom is more important than any blade or bow or sword could be.
And quite frankly, if we'd ever had an intention, or if we believed that we could get our things back, we would never have needed to make the deal with Six-Finger Joe to begin with. We only would have needed the keys for which we could get into the armory to get our things back. So I think whatever we're planning on, the plan, if it existed at all, we should stick to that, because apparently whatever we knew before that we have since forgotten led us away from that route for some reason.
Memory loss sucks. I'm not a fan.
Yes, it's shit. Well, I'm tempted, to simply say, hey, Mendax, let us take care of those keys. We can turn you invisible, give you 1 hour to bring us back a halberd, a wand, a spellbook, but I think it's an incredibly dangerous maneuver, especially with all that commotion that was going on, which I imagine was your doing, Mendax. I don't know if now's a good time to extend the plan. Keep it simple.
So, there was a lot of guards running into that cafeteria then. I feel like many guards were pulled off their post to deal with that situation. So if we were going to try it, now would be the time. I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying that if we were, they've definitely pulled guards off posts to reinforce them in the cafeteria.
Thomas, well, I mean, everything you guys are saying is making sense, but it just seems like a foolhardy errand to me. Why risk it? We've come so close. We've gotten this far. Can't material possessions be, replaced?
Not the shoes, Thomas! Not the shoes!
But, Mendax, what if
Sorry.
there were better shoes out there?
I feel like now you're just playing with me.
What do you mean?
What if there aren't better shoes?
We can't know, especially when we're locked up in jail.
You're pulling at my heartstrings right now.
There are more shoes outside of jail than inside jail.
That is true. I'm sitting here wearing the ugliest moccasins that I had to hand make, using very tenderized pieces of that cafeteria meat that I'm guessing I saved up. It looks very similar, is all I'm saying. So, unless you all feel totally differently. I say we stick to the plan, as much as it hurts to know that we
First-
might be leaving our things here.
Well, if we're trapped here, wherever this here is, first order of business is to get some gold together and get ourselves some decent footwear once we're out of here. Well, after I get myself a new spellbook, anyway.
After the shoes.
We'll
Well,
see
all
how
right,
it
then.
goes.
Are we all agreed then?
Yes.
Wait until the second guards come around. I'll rouse you guys, let you all know it's safe, and then we make it out of here.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Let's get some rest.
We are agreed. I'll see you guys tonight. And he'll kind of just, sit, kind of mentally prep himself, kind of try to rest. It's about, at this point, I'd say it's later in the evening, closer to dinner time after you guys all return back from your individual missions, and Nigel, you finish making those spell scrolls. You check them again to make sure that they'll work properly. You don't really have your normal material components, but the ones that Salazar gave you are more than sufficient, you feel. You don't foresee any sort of backfire or side effects happening from improperly kind of made scrolls here. Yeah, we'll go ahead, we'll fast forward. We'll say that you guys kind of just go through the rest of your day. You're just mentally prepping, resting, healing up. We'll say, Call, you're back to full health, as a good amount of time has passed between then and now. And it does, the lights go down and it gets dark. That sort of pit that was drilled into this mountain almost, you can tell that the moon is out now. There's a very low amount of light, and the torches have all been sort of put out. You're each in your room. Nigel and Mendax, you're sharing the bunks there, and then Thomas and Paul, you're in your guys' cell. The doors are shut. They've gone around and sort of shut them to make sure everyone's is closed. The first round of guards walks by. You can tell because you see sort of a beacon of light, a torch that's lit, walk past. And as they walk past, they sort of stop out for a moment in front of each of the cells, look in, make sure that there's nothing happening, and then they walk past. And then about an hour or so later, just like Thomas said, another sort of round of guards walks by. This one does not have a torch. This one you can just kind of hear because you're paying attention. And you can tell that they do the same thing. They're sort of stopping and making sure. So they try to keep the second one a bit low key in case somebody is up to something. But they walk past as well after they confirm that there's no funny business happening. Thomas, at that point, he gives it a few minutes and then he removes that sort of brick that you guys loosened up in the wall. All right, Mendax, you're up. Get us out of here.
All right, I would like to quietly, I was going to say jump out of bed, but I'm not on the top bunk, so slide out of the bottom bunk.
Like a
And
pleb.
just like a effing noob. Ugh. I easily step myself away from the bottom bunk.
Zero danger involved.
Actually, before I do that, while I still am on the bunk and I have the blankets, I want to put have the blankets over me, and then take the keys out underneath the blankets to help dull the sound of any kind of jingle jangle that might be going on.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Pick out the key that would I recognize the key? I mean, I guess I would just guesstimate the key, or actually, Thomas, do you know what the key looks like?
I don't know what the key looks like, Mendax. You got the keys.
Well, no, I have the keys, but I was asking if you know what the keys to doors look like. Is it a skeleton key? Does it have 3 points? Does it have 2 points?
I don't know. Nigel said those are the keys. That's the keys we need.
Okay, well, then...
There's probably like
um,
15 keys. 15
Yes.
different keys on it.
Okay.
Each of them are sort of nondescript. They just look like different sets of keys. One of them does have a sort of like a bronze boar's head that's on it, but that's the only one that looks any different than the rest.
Okay, I'm going to try that one first. Then I'm going to get up and walk over to the door, make sure there's no one there. I'm going to try the boar's head key first because I feel like that it's got to either be the warden's key or a master key. Either way.
Yeah, you try that key. You make sure that there's no one around first, and then you sort of slide your arms outside of the bars and work the key. It is not that one.
Then I'm going to look at them and see if I can't see which key is the most well worn aside from that.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to determine it's like you see a key that looks like it's been used quite a bit.
Okay, I'm going to try that one next.
Sure, you sort of again reach around. You're not really you're fairly used to actually unlocking doors from the other side. So it's a skill that you've sort of honed even. Yeah, and it clicks into place, the satisfying kind of chunk of the lock opening up there. And you feel the bars are able to swing open.
Okay, perfect. Nigel, we're good. I'm going to gingerly take the key out, and then I'm going to go next door and unlock the cell for Carl and for Thomas.
Okay, the same sort of ka-chunk as the lock unlocks, and the door, the cell, sort of we'll say silently swings open. Hey, you guys are out in the open. Thomas says, "All right, guys, let's get a move on. We ain't got much time. Let's go this way." And he'll sort of start sneaking off as quietly as he can down the hall. Give me a stealth check from each of you. It's always fun when we leave it to a stealth check, right? Everyone's good at those.
I got a 9 plus 5, so 14.
Okay.
17 plus 3 is 20.
Okay, easy.
10 plus stealth to 12.
Okay, 12. Not the worst stealth checks in the world, but you know, it's got to have an opportunity for for mistakes to happen. Yeah, you guys are as silently as you can, sort of trying to follow Thomas, who's leading the way. Nigel, what's the formation? We'll say Thomas is in the front. What's the formation beyond that?
Mendax, I think, should be taking the lead as our resident sneaker, and just check that Thomas knows his business. If he's not as sly and sneaky as you, then you should definitely be the one who checks corners first and goes a little ahead, because, I mean, I'm going to try my best, but I have been known to step on rocks and trample twigs and snap things and make noises, so I'd rather not be in the lead.
Going to be a
Okay.
reverse Nigel sandwich.
Yes.
Okay, the reverse Nigel sandwich formation. I love it. Okay, so Thomas leading the way, followed by Mendax, and then we got Nigel and Call bringing up the rear. Yeah, and Thomas, you're each moving pretty quietly. There's no real twigs or anything like that you need to worry too much about stepping on. They do a pretty decent job of keeping the floors clear. They don't want to try to accidentally give prisoners, right, the wrong, or rather give them more tools, right? They don't want the prisoners to be armed, even if it's just with a simple stick. Yeah, so Thomas is moving forward, and he's leading you guys down the path he sort of described. Nigel, you notice the direction you're going it's towards the libraries, but it goes past that. And you reach pretty quickly, you reach the first set of stairs, and there is a sort of door that is in the way. He tries the handle, it's locked. He goes, Mendax, open it up. This should be you.
Okay, I'm going to try with the same key. Quietly walk up there, try with the same key that I've been using to see if that works.
That key does not work.
Is there anything that I notice about the keyhole that might lead me to try a different key?
Yeah, sure. Give me a perception here. Let's see. It is dark. You do have dark vision, but even so, details can still be very difficult to work out.
Okay, so it's a 9. Is it +3, I think? 9 plus... no, +1. I've got a solid 10.
Okay, you try your best to look like sort of in through the key, the hole for the key. You don't notice anything that's super helpful though. You don't know how many tines it's gonna take, how many tumblers are in place for it. That can all determine the key's shape. It looks like relatively all the keys that you have would fit into that door. But you don't see anything, unfortunately, that gives you any sort of indication as to what key is needed here.
Okay, I'm going to try the boar's head key again.
Okay. The boar's head key does not work.
Okay. Then I'm going to look at the keys themselves and see if I can't see it, like, another one that's been worn a bit. If this is a... I feel like this still has to be a door that's fairly regularly used. Not as much as the cells, but if it looks like there's another key that, has seen action.
Sure. It's very difficult to make out that sort of detail in the darkness. You don't see any of them, so you've sort of eliminated 2 of the 15 keys that are on there. It's difficult for you to tell which one after that is really the most used. It looks like they're all pretty regularly used.
Nigel, pick a number from 1 to 13.
13.
I would like to try the 13th key.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a d20 roll.
7.
Okay, you put this key in through, and you sort of test it out. It is not that key.
Oh, that one. Carl, give me a number between 1 and 12.
6.
Okay, I'm going to try the 6th key.
Okay, go ahead and give me a d20 again.
Got a 5.
Okay, this key is not the correct one either. And as you test the lock, you pause for a moment. Give me a perception check.
4 plus 1 is 5. I'm so sneaky.
Okay, everyone give me a perception check after that, besides Menda.
1 plus 4 is 5.
Wow. Okay.
I know that I'm in
2.
jail.
Yeah, you're in jail. Perfect. What did you get,
I'm
Nigel?
holding keys.
I got 13 while Carl's sniffing the stone on the wall next to him. Yeah.
This is definitely made of stone.
I think this is feldspar. Nigel, you see rather more so than hear. So like I mentioned in the beginning, the whole jail is sort of this circular dome almost in a way. You can see down one of the paths coming towards you guys is a bit of light.
Shit. There's a bit of light. Someone's coming. Quick, let's hide.
Okay. You're kind of near the library. In your immediate area, there is like a table that you could try to hide under. You don't think that they're right next to you, the people with the light, but you think that they're actively walking towards you.
Let's hide in the library.
Okay. You lead the way and you head over to the library. Unsurprisingly, the door is locked.
Okay. I'm going to try. Nigel went with, what, number 13 before. He's a nerd. He loves libraries. It didn't work for the other door, but I feel like internally he might have just been choosing the library key because that's in his nature. I'm going to try the 13th key.
Okay. You try that key. It does not open the library, but you do notice. Give me a sleight of hand.
15 plus 3, so 18.
Okay. You do notice that it is the correct number of tines. So basically the sort of parts of the key that open the lock, right? It's the correct number. So there's 4 on that one. There's only one other key that has 4 tines on it. And so you quickly grab that one and open the lock to the library. And it is now sort of you guys can enter if you want to and hide out there until the light passes.
Perfect. Get in.
Yeah,
Get in.
let's go in and get behind a bookshelf as well, just in case they peek in here.
Okay. So we go inside out. When we shut the door, I lock the door again behind us.
Okay.
I will hold a book
nice.
over my head like this.
Perfect.
I'm invisible.
The absolute icon and avatar of stealth and disguise. I love it.
Are there any nice looking books near me?
Like
Nice and small tome. Just that visually look
yeah,
good.
sure, yeah.
I'm gonna take one and put that one in my stash then. My pants stash.
Okay. You do so. You have no idea what it is called or what it is, but yeah, you steal a book.
A Kenku blends in perfectly with his environment.
Excellent. You guys wait for a few moments and or rather a couple of minutes, rather more than a few moments. And you see the light sort of shining in through the cracks in the door. And after a moment or two, you can see that it's moving past you guys, and you hear footsteps trailing off. It seems like that was the first guard patrol that went around, has kind of made its circle and come back around. Thomas will go, dang, that's close. I can't believe they changed their routes for tonight. They weren't supposed to be out here. We better be on our guard, guys. I don't know what else they may have changed.
Okay. Then I say we leave the library, try the other door again, but we're going to leave the library unlocked so that if we see another one coming, we can just come in easier.
Okay, I like it. Okay, yeah, you head over back to the door, and yeah, give me a key to try.
Okay. I'm going to go with my favorite number, which is number 5.
You try out the 5th key that's on the ring, and once again, it doesn't open. Give me another sleight of hand, though.
I got a 7 plus 3 is a 10.
Okay. You think that, once again, that this is the correct number of tines needed on the key to actually open the lock. It's just they're not fitted properly. And there's 3 that are on this one. So you look at the key ring for any other ones that have 3 tines on it. There's 3 keys in total. The one you just tried, and then the warden's room also. So that leaves, or rather the Boar's Head one, which you've surmised is for the warden's room.
Does not work.
Yeah, so there's only one left. You try that one, and the lock clicks open, and you're able to open the door to the stairs going up.
We're in. Let's go.
Okay, Thomas leads the way once again. You're now on the the second floor, rather, from where you guys were. He leads you down the pathway once again, pausing a few moments here and there to make sure that there's no guards coming from up ahead. He's not as familiar with the patrol routes that are done on this level. Give me another stealth check, everybody.
15 plus 5, 18.
Okay.
19 plus 3 is 22. With this book, I'm practically invisible.
Okay. Perfect. You still have the book on your head?
He
Did you just take it?
I forgot to take it off.
Excellent.
With my scrolls ready, tucked in on my person, I am apparently crinkling and making sounds of old parchment because 2 plus 2 is 4.
Nice.
More lotion, Nigel.
You guys continue forward, and Nigel, as you're walking past one of the cells, you hear a voice call out from that cell. Hey, what are you guys doing?
I'm invisible. What are you doing?
And you can see someone's come up to the bars. It looks like a pretty wiry, sort of young-looking fellow who's behind the bars. Are you guys breaking out of here?
We were just going to return some books to the library.
Are you kidding me? No one breaks out of here.
Do you want me to get you a book?
No, I don't want a book. But I know that you're not supposed to be outside your cells.
And he'll kind of just quickly look around. He'll say,
The guards are coming back soon. If you don't want me to yell for him to come over here and catch you guys, you better give me something.
What do you want? What about a nice book?
No, I don't want no books. I
Even-
want something useful for in here.
I think you want that book. That book is incredibly useful.
go ahead and give me a deception.
3. Wait, no, plus.
Okay.
No. 4 is a 7.
Okay, he goes, I don't want your dang book. What else you guys got? You better make it quick.
I've got a pair
Carl.
of bespoke moccasins.
Carl, you're pretty handy without the blackjack. Can you hand it over?
Sure. Hey, buddy. You ever got into a tussle here? And got into a bit of trouble? Got beaten up?
But yeah, sure. Certainly have.
Have you ever seen one of these? And I'll hold up the baton.
Yeah, and you can see in like the moonlight that's shining in, his eyes kind of open up a little bit wider.
Yeah, give me that. Give me that. I'll keep quiet.
This is one of the most potent bonking devices ever invented. Are you sure you can handle it?
Yeah, I can handle it. Give it over. Give me that one, and I'll let you guys go.
Okay, but promise you will use this only for good and not for evil.
Yeah, whatever you say, man.
Okay, I would hand over the bonking device.
Okay, he takes it from you, and he's kind of obsessing over it. It looks like this is kind of a sought after item in the prison. You know, they don't really have access to many weapons or even objects to make weapons. And he'll kind of go back to his bed and quickly hides it underneath the sort of makeshift mattress that he has.
All right, good luck, fools.
Can't believe you gave that over. And he'll just kind of like go back and you can see him kind of looking at the baton that he has now. Thomas will kind of speak up.
Guys, come on. We ain't got much time. We gotta get moving.
Yeah, keep moving.
Yeah, you guys keep moving forward. You're sort of rounding one of the bends. He does a couple more pauses, and you guys have weaved in and out of a few of the common areas that are on this second floor. So far, able to evade the guards. And he'll say,
Right up there. That's the stairs that goes up to the guards' room. That should be the last door between us and the warden's room. Boy, God, I hope this works.
Okay.
And
All right.
he points to the door that's like sort of shut to the stairwell, kind of like the one down below.
I'm going to go up and I'm going to try the same key that I tried on the door below that I knew worked there. I'm going to try that one on this one first.
Okay, you go to try the door. Give me a perception check.
+1.
What plus one?
19 +1.
Oh, good.
Okay, perfect. You go to put the key into the door. You notice two things. One, the door is slightly ajar, and 2, you can hear talking on the other side, sort of in hushed whispers.
Okay, I'm going to gingerly pull the key back and step back and let them know. The door's unlocked. There's someone on the other side. They're talking. Could I tell how many voices there were?
You can with a 20, definitely. Yeah, you can tell it's about 4 voices on the other side, and they were kind of hushed and quiet.
Okay. There's people on the other side of that door.
you've got any ideas on what you could do if I could make you invisible, potentially lead them away. I mean, I can always disguise myself as a guard and go forward and try to spin a story and lead them away, but it's not foolproof. They might recognize and look through my disguise, and without knowing enough about their patterns, that's a last resort, is talking them out of moving. I think a distraction is a better idea. I'm just not sure what sort.
If we can get into distraction, or if one person was a guard and then Carl was, I can give my bonking device to Carl, and Carl was invisible, so that we'd have 2 people in there capable of surprise attacking, potentially, versus the 4. But I do agree a distraction might be better overall.
But what if there are other convicts who are escaping?
And that could be the other thing as well. We could just go down and unlock a few different cells.
Because I'm thinking, why would a guard need to whisper in here? They would be just at work.
Oh, you think that they might be they might be convicts?
Right.
I thought you meant we should just go let a bunch of other prisoners out so that they all go chasing after them.
No.
Also,
Causing chaos, I feel, would just draw attention to the situation. But don't guards hate prisoners, so they would want to be annoying them and harassing them and keeping them awake? Not being courteous, what is this?
the door unlocked. That's very suspicious. I agree.
I think we need more information. Would you like an invisible foraging trip for information, Mendax?
I'm always down for a foraging trip.
What if I just
This...
peeked around the corner?
So it's kind of like a stairwell going up, so that you can't really peek in without opening the door a bit more.
Oh, I see.
I think we make Mendax invisible and send her ahead of here.
The only thing is, I don't know if they can... Does the stairwell... Could I tell if the stairwell bent around? Because if I'm invisible but the door opens, it's also still...
You're not sure.
And that's the only thing. If we could make me invisible and I can go in all day. That's not a problem. But if the door opens without a reason...
Yeah, up to you guys. You let me know what you want to do.
I think
like
you're
the
quick on your
thoughts,
feet.
though.
I think you'll be able to hide still. Just
hide in a stairwell. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. Anyone got any butter or grease on them or anything? Anything to grease the hinges on the door
First
before
of
we
all,
go through?
Oh, I thought you were going to play Grease the Tiefling, and I was like, this is not that kind of prison.
I have nice oils on
and-
my feathers. I can just...
Thomas will actually speak up.
Well, I mean, I got my hair balm. I use it for slicking back my hair.
You have hair balm in jail?
Of course, I gotta look my best, Call. I mean, come on now.
Well, that should work.
Friend in here, Thomas. Do you have a lady friend?
Nah, I got someone on the outside.
So you need to look good by the time you get it. I understand. Never mind. We're fine.
All right, Mendax,
He'll
you
hand
ready?
over like a little vial, basically, of almost like a makeshift grease.
I'm going to hand it to Nigel to allow him to put on the hinges.
Actually, I was thinking you could do it, and the rest of us could be a little bit further back, since you're the most stealthy, Mendax. We'll kind of be around the bend of the stairs. You could grease the hinges up, sneak your way through, and get an eyeball on what we're looking at.
I hate your logic so much right now.
I have a deep appreciation for my inability to silently move anywhere.
I also just really do not want to finger Thomas's grease.
The sacrifices one must make to get out of prison.
I mean, you have meat moccasins on right now. We're not in a place to complain.
First of all, the fierce meat moccasins didn't even allow me to try to negotiate with them, with the prisoner. I think that anyone would have wanted these. Fine. I take this stupid grease. Okay, fine. Make me invisible. I'll grease up the stupid hinges. Sorry, Thomas, no offense, but you're in prison. I don't know where you got this grease from.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna lead us all back a good, extra 30 yards or so from the door, just so that we're not making any more noise, and just make sure that I'm gonna make Mendax invisible from there.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. You sort of pull out the scroll, and it has a very, very, very dim, almost purplish blue light that lights up the sort of seal that you've placed on it just for a moment, and then it sort of it dissipates into like a dust almost between your fingers. Mendax, you feel almost like a cool, almost like silk enveloping you in a way, like a nice silk robe in a way. And you look down and you see that your skin, your clothes are invisible. It's a feeling you've been turned invisible before by Nigel, it's a very similar feeling.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and begrudgingly, keeping my face away from it as far as possible, take a little vat of grease, rub it on the hinges before I just barely and very slowly open the door to, squeeze my way in. I don't want to throw it open, just enough for me to turn sideways, Kate
Sure.
Moss style, suck it in, and squeeze
Sure.
through the door.
Absolutely. You grease the hinges with this questionable hair tonic, we'll call it. And after you feel that it's about as good as it's going to get, you put the vial sort of off to the side, and you take a deep breath in and sort of very slowly push the door open just a bit, as you mentioned, as you sneak your way sort of in and almost past the door a bit. You're sort of just barely inside, and you can see and you can now hear the people whispering. And as Call had suspected, it is 4 inmates that are standing there. They all look like they have some sort of makeshift weaponry. And you hear them whispering back and forth to each other. One of them says,
I thought Six Fingers said they were coming this way. Well, shut up, you idiot. You don't want to get heard.
and they're kind of just bickering back and forth.
Okay. So there's 4 of them. Can I see exactly what kind of weapons? I know there's makeshift ones. Are we talking about, meaning melee or projectile weapons?
They're very, very simple melee weapons. I mean, it looks like one of them is just literally like a bar stool, like leg. Another one is like a leather pouch that might have like some rocks in it. Some very low level weaponry.
Got it. Okay. So there's 4 of them. All right. I'd like to creep back through the door, and go to tell my comrades what I saw.
Okay, you do so. You're still invisible. You guys, Mendax, you're stealthy enough. You don't really make any noise on your way back. You guys kind of get a little startled as you hear a whisper out of the darkness, much closer than you anticipated, from Mendax, letting you know.
Yes, I would like to be creepily close. Just creepily close to their ears.
Sure.
And before I whisper, I want to go.
Perfect.
And then whisper in their ears.
Hot elf? Ghost babe?
Oh, jeez.
The hot elf ghost babe is back. Maybe she'll
Here
help
in
us.
your time of need. She's returned. Oh, perfect.
If your hot elf ghost babe was a mouth breather like that, then I sincerely question the use of the descriptor hot.
People get congested.
Or maybe she was
sometimes.
She was legitimately hot, and that's why she's panting.
The
like
air is
that.
very stuffy in here. You couldn't blame someone for having a
Yeah.
stuffy nose.
Yes. When
Exactly.
you're trapped in spectral purgatory for an eternity, sometimes you get a little stuffy.
Yeah, it happens.
Goodness, desperate guys will just take anything. Okay. There's 4 of them in there. Carl, it sounds like these are 4 of Joe's other lackeys. Joe sent them there, and they have weapons, and they're waiting for us.
You're invisible. Could you pants one of them?
Oh, I could definitely pants one of them. At the very least, pants one of them.
Well, that would
So
certainly
doing any
confuse
action
them.
will kick you out of invisibility, just so you know.
Right.
That'll break your invisibility, though. How about we be ready to fight them? However, I do have a plan. How about I disguise myself as a guard? It might not be enough to trick the other guards, but I think it might be enough to trick these idiots. And I'll communicate to them. I'll try and basically tell them that we've already handled the Wayfarers and put us back in our cells, and they
Well,
won't be coming this way.
They're criminals out of their cells, aren't they?
Yes, but if he's as powerful in this prison as you made it sound when you described your interaction earlier, I think the guards might have arranged to turn a blind eye, at least some of them.
Absolutely.
So if I
mean, the
simply
door was always
pretend
locked.
to say and give them a fierce warning to return to their cells, it might work.
I think that's a good plan. And if not, if they start to give you guff, just come back through the door and we'll fall upon them. We'll set upon them. I can walk in with you as well. Just kind of stand behind you. So if it gets a bit too spicy in there, you know, the pantsoning can happen.
I appreciate that. All right, let's give it a go. I'm
Okay.
going to disguise myself as a guard, add a little bit more chest muscle to myself, just a little bit more padding,
Okay.
and kind of the same getup that I've seen the rest of the guards wearing.
Sure. As illusion is your school of magic of choice, this is quite a convincing disguise as well. So it looks quite legitimate to the rest of you, Call, Mendax, and to Thomas as well. It looks like, yeah, it looks very good. You guys actually can't even really tell the difference. You don't see anything that's super off about Nigel's appearance. It looks just like a guard.
Very nice.
All right.
It's a good look for you. I mean, it's not hot elf door god, but it's a good look for you.
I have heard things about men in uniform and the strange attraction it sometimes give to people. Let's hope that these prisoners respect the uniform at least. All
You're
right.
hoping that they all find you attractive.
Intimidating, I was hoping, but sometimes
How
it's the same
exactly are you going to convince them to go back to their cells?
Why not both?
¿Por qué no los dos?
The hair on a man's chest can be both intimidating and attractive, depending on those who see
Oh my
it.
god. How did we get here? What have I done?
You might not need me for the pantsoning, is all I'm saying.
Lordy.
You did mention
Okay.
that his chest was more filled out. That's your fault.
I mean, he started it. truly.
That's his fault. That's it. I had nothing to do with this. None of this is on me. All right.
I'm on my way. I'm
Okay.
going through.
Yeah, you head forward, and are you just kind of swing the door open? Hey, what are you guys doing here? Kind of situation.
Yeah, I'm just gonna swing the door open and say, what do we have here?
Yeah, you do exactly that. You move forward. You sort of try to adjust your stance and your strut, if you will, to look more official and like you own the place, right? You're a guard. You swing the door open, and the four of them kind of just like they freeze for a moment. They're shocked, and yeah, you say,
Yeah.
"What are you guys doing here?" or whatever.
Well, I'll quickly I'll just say, what do we have here? And then as they're shocked in that moment, I'll give it a moment for it to sink in, and then I'll just say,
Yeah, they run. They immediately run away. They're like you go to start saying your next words, trying to disarm their beliefs or whatever. They just absolutely bolt through the door. It looks like whether or not, Six Fingers got approval from the guards to do this, who knows, but they just absolutely truck it down the hall as fast as they can. Seeing a guard, they're not about to mess with the actual like prison guard. your disguise was more than enough to set them to flee. Mendax and Call, you guys see these guys just run down the hall very quickly, sort of sprinting and not shrieking in fear because they don't want to attract any other attention, but they're just booking it. They're sprinting down there.
Well,
Wait,
that
did they
worked out better
sprint
than
like back
expected.
the way that we came?
Yeah, they just run right
Okay.
past you guys. They pay you no mind. They're just running for their lives, essentially.
I was too well hid beneath the book.
Exactly. You blend in just immaculately, dude.
Well, it's always a battle to the death with your mortal enemy until the teacher arrives on the playground, and then suddenly,
Oh God, it's not a joke anymore. It's real. Yeah.
All right. Well, that
but-
worked out better than expected. So I think we
Yeah.
can reverse the formation now, guys. Mendax, as you're still invisible, wherever you are still here, right?
Oh, and Dean is here.
Yeah, they were back somewhat, but yes, Mendax is still invisible.
Okay. Okay. So we'll go back and join up with the others. Mendax, you can still take the lead. Tell us if there's any guards. I'll come in at the front of the sandwich formation, so if someone does see us, I can try to head them off. And the others of you can come behind and try to look meek, please. Try to look if like you've got your hands tied behind your back, just in case we do get spotted.
So it's the open-faced Nigel sandwich formation.
Yep. The surprise open face, Nigel, because it's actually still you in the front.
Yes. Well, they can't see me, so it's just Nigel really to anyone
That's
else.
true. That's true. Yeah, you guys are able to proceed up the stairs, and you are now in where this map essentially is taking over. Thomas sort of whispers in a very hushed tone. It's well lit now in here, as it looks like the night shift guard are all going about whatever business it is that they're doing. And your map is a pretty good representation of the layout. It looks much nicer. Up here, the walls are clean. The floor is swept and pretty well upkept. It's again still a mixture of that sort of cobbled stone and dirt and sand that's been sort of compacted together. You do hear a little bit of murmuring, but Thomas sort of speaks very quietly to you guys.
Well, all right, we're on the last stretch. Nigel, Mendax, Call, it's all up to you guys. I'm just along for the ride.
So you guys enter the stairwell. If you're looking at the map, it's the bottom left there. So
Okay.
you see a passage, a sort of a hallway going directly in front of you, and a hallway going to your right.
Okay. Well, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nigel. You go. You're the plan man.
I mean, ideally, if the information from Salazar is correct, we just need to turn right, go right to the end, and then turn left, and that'll follow us right through to the warden's quarters. But the guards are known to patrol these corridors, so keep an eye out.
Okay. So yeah, you guys head towards the right. Give me a third and final stealth check.
5 is 17.
12.
5 plus 3 is 8.
Okay. Not fantastic ones from Call and Nigel, but potentially enough to work. Everyone is sort of busy with what they're doing, so maybe they'll notice you, maybe they won't. We'll just have to see how you guys play it out. So you guys are heading to the right. So you're up the stairs. You're heading directly to the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Mendax, you walk out first. You're sort of the scout, right? You're staying about 5-10 feet in front of everybody else because you're still invisible. I believe that lasts for what, an hour?
Yeah, 1 hour.
Okay. You see an open door to your right, Mendax, as you approach this first room. The first one that has an X in it. And you see inside there are probably about 5 guards sitting in there, all talking amongst themselves. The door is wide open, and it's well lit. They can't see you because you're invisible.
Okay. 5 guards. And are they situated in a way that some of them can see out of the door, or are they like sitting on a couch looking the way? How many of them can see out of the door?
Probably about three. Three of them can see out of the door. They absolutely can see out in the hallway.
Okay.
Just like think of it like a table. There's 2 of them with their back to you, and 3 of them that are facing the door.
Okay, got it. Okay, after I see that, I want to turn back towards my teammates, and before they cross that door threshold, I think Nigel's first. I want to put my hand out and stop him from
Okay.
going.
Yeah. Nigel, you feel a force from somewhere, kind of feels like a hand on your chest stopping you from moving forward.
Okay. First of all, really nice pick. Second of all, we've got 5 guards in that room, all talking. It's going to be very hard to sneak past them. I think it looks like there's another room up there, and there's at least one room full of guards this way.
Yep. Nigel, you kind of remember the words of Salazar that the rooms that have the X's on them are going to be filled with guards, and he told you try to avoid those rooms if at all possible.
All right. I'll have to go around and try to cut past them. Let's try to see if there's a patrol, and if we can just wait here at the stairwell, Mendax, go north and go and see if you can find if there's a guard walking the route that we had marked on the map, or if that's just a thoroughfare. What we can do is we can wait and we can essentially follow in behind one of those guards 30 yards or so, just making sure we don't get caught in the open on the wrong side. We're going to need to kind of go up, right, and then just up and then right. And that last stretch towards the warden's quarters is where we're going to be most exposed in that long corridor. So we need to time it out correctly to make sure we aren't caught anywhere in this kind of long middle corridor while any guards are around.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to go up, and then while they wait by the stairs, I'm going to creep my way up towards that northern square where all of the guards are generally patrolling, or the arrows are, because I've seen the map. He showed us the map in the cell.
Yeah,
so I know
you
generally
all
what he's talking
have seen
about.
the map. Yeah, for sure. So you go to this sort of roundabout area, we'll say. Yeah, you reach this first little kind of, or the second rather, right turn, if you will, if you're looking at the map. You look to the right, you look ahead, you don't see any guards coming your direction quite yet.
Okay, I'm going to wait another 30 seconds just to make sure to see if it's not like a constant guard. And if I don't see anybody, then I'm going to creep ahead a little bit further, because they're just going straight, because it looks like there's a room that has an open door there, and I'd like to look inside. Because if we're going to be full... Yeah, I want to look
inside the door with the room.
As long as it's an open door. If it's not, I'm not going to play around with the keys or anything like that.
Sure. Yeah. You see an open door there. It looks like the office is an open room. It doesn't even look like it's necessarily a door. It just looks like it has, it's just an opening to this room that's in the center there. It looks like that's where they have stored, it's like an office kind of quarters or space that's just open for anyone to go into. There's nobody in there.
Okay, good. Okay, that's fine. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and peek my head up, make sure there's still no guard, and then make my way back to my comrades. Actually, yep. I'm going to go, instead of going back to my comrades, I am going to go towards the direction of the warden's room a bit, like go down that hallway. So come out of the room and then make a left.
Okay,
to see if
so
I
you
can't
want to go
find
down
the
you want to go down the long hallway.
Well, I'm not quite there yet, am I? I just want to head that direction.
Okay, so like to the junction, to the center.
Yes,
then.
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah, you make your way through there. You see a guard starting to walk down this long hallway.
Towards me?
Yep, towards you.
Okay, then I'm going to make sure I stand out of his way a bit. But I want to see which direction he goes in.
After a few moments, I mean, he's not by any means running or anything like that. He takes a right at that junction. So he's going, if you're looking at the map, he's going north.
Okay, I'm going to go directly back to my comrades and tell them what I've seen then. So I know the path at least of the guard. And he's not going very quickly, but I'm not running, still being stealthy.
Sure, you're going a brisk pace.
Yes.
Yeah, you make it back to your comrades. As you sort of come back through and you make it to the stairs, you can see that same guard so if he's gone north and then he heads to the west of the map, you can see that he's gone off through that hallway. So he's now out of sight again and going towards some direction that the map doesn't specify.
Got it.
So he's off the map, essentially.
Got it. Okay. We just had one guard pass by from that long hallway. I know the way there. We have a good chance of being able to get there, I think, before the next guard comes, as long as I'm going first and going ahead. Are there any pebbles or anything on the ground that I can see?
You might be able to kind of dislodge one of the small rocks in the ground. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I want to do that. I want to dislodge one or two and take them with me, or tell one of them. I don't know if that would make me go visible if I did that, since is that an action?
We'll say that you can have one of them. That's fine.
Okay, then I have one. Okay, follow me. I'm going to stay a bit ahead of you to check around each corner for guards. One just passed, so we should have a bit of time. But if I see one coming, I'm going to chuck this pebble back. So either listen for it, or if you feel you get yourself get hit, make sure you get around a corner and know that I'll be coming back to tell you which way to hide.
Okay, sounds like a good plan.
I will silently nod.
Carl,
Perfect.
you be the book.
All right, take the reins, Mendax. Where are they heading?
Okay, we're going to go back up the way that I just came from. We're not going to go to the office building room. We're going to turn right there first.
Okay, so you're heading towards the junction. We'll call it.
Mm-hmm. Towards the junction. I'm going to drag my foot a bit in the dirt so that they can see which direction I turn down the hallway.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. You guys see a little bit of like a line in the sand, if you will, being kicked up from the ground. You figure that's Mendax giving you direction. So you all kind of keep your head down and you're keeping your bodies low to the ground. You're sneaking forward as best you can. You make it up to this sort of second opening, if you will, and take a right, following her towards the junction.
Okay, once I get to the next junction, I'm going to look around a bit. I'm going to pop my head around the corner and then go forward to look down the long hallway to see if there's anyone coming.
Okay, you don't see anybody to the left or the right on that junction, and you want to head down the hallway?
Just a couple of steps to see if I can't see anyone coming down, like if they're far away.
Okay, you do not see anybody coming down.
Okay, then in that case, I'm going to go back to the junction where they would be, and I'm going to drag my foot in the dust again to let them know to keep coming.
Okay. Yeah, you guys see that trail appear in the sand once more, and you head forward. You reach this sort of more open area, this exposed sort of junction, and you're very sort of on edge as you're sneaking through this hallway. But you make it to that long hallway that's there, and you continue walking forward.
Okay, then I'm going to go all the way down, poke my head around the side to see if I can't see another guard coming from that direction, and make sure I don't, while I'm doing that, don't hear anything from the warden's room as well.
Sure, you peek your head around the side to the right, like sort of in front of the warden's room. You see two guards that are sort of idly chit-chatting, walking off towards the direction you guys just came from. So they're now heading west. So down in that big room, they're heading towards the west. So you guys are in the clear to move up to the warden's room. Give me a perception check.
16 plus 1, 17.
Okay, you press your ear to the warden's chamber. You don't hear anything inside. It sounds like it seems like rather the information Thomas gave you guys is correct, that the warden is off premises.
Perfect. Okay, then I make sure I'm back where I think they can see me, and I drag my foot in the dirt again. And while they're coming down, I'm going to have the boar's key out and try for the lock.
Okay, sounds good. You all head down and sort of pack into this small opening where the warden's chamber is. Everyone give me a perception check.
17 plus 1, 18.
9.
14.
Okay. Mendax, you hear down the hallway, the long hallway that you guys just walked down, sort of the echoes of footsteps coming towards you all. Give me a dexterity save.
Okay, to say, so 7 plus 5 is 12.
Okay, in the sort of in the moment that you hear those footsteps coming down, you're a little bit surprised, a bit on edge, if you will, and you sort of you're a little shook, you're a little stunned, I guess, for a moment, and you drop the keys. Go ahead. Who would like to make the dexterity save to try to catch them before they hit the ground?
The quickest bird.
All right, go for it, Call. Let's see if you can grab them.
It's a
Quickest, thickest.
It's a dex save, correct?
Yes, sir.
17 plus 3 is 20.
Great. As just the first couple of keys are about to sort of scrape the ground and make this loud clattering noise, you're able to sort of hook your fingers onto the key ring, stopping it from going down any further. You're sort of stooped over in this little bit of a crazy position, but you are able to catch them before they hit the ground. The footsteps, though, that you hear behind you all are starting to get closer.
Shit. Key, the boar's head key, the boar's head key.
I will get the key with the bull's head on it.
Okay.
Put it in.
Yeah, you have the boar's head key in your hand. You see the lock in front of you. You push the key in and quickly twist the lock. Give me a sleight of hand.
14 plus 5 is 19.
Okay, even though you're sort of rushing and you're trying to go about this as quickly as possible, you're able to keep yourself from jingling the keys too much or from slamming the door open as you push the door open quickly after unlocking it. The door is open. You guys all pile in. You take the key out of the lock and you shut the door quietly behind you. You sort of each are standing silently and as still as possible as you hear the footsteps just moments after you enter the room outside the door, stop for a moment, and then turn and head down the hallway again. You guys have made it to the warden's chamber.
All right.
All right.
I
So
think we've done it.
let me give you the description of what you guys see here. Inside the room is kind of this really big display of decadence. There's a lot of stuff everywhere. The roaring fireplace that's over to the right illuminates the room as lights kind of dance off the shadows in the walls and the floor. On one corner, there is a door that looks like it goes to some kind of closet. And next to that door, there's a bookshelf filled with all sorts of different books, different sized tomes, and the such. His desk is this sort of large, almost like red oak, polished and lacquered. It looks very ornate and very fancy. There's papers and pens and inkwells sort of scattered around the desk. It looks like there's a little bit of some organization to it, but at the same time, it does look a little bit disheveled. On the back, behind the desk, like so, you guys are now directly facing it. Behind his chair, he has sort of a nice padded red chair. It's by no means, extremely expensive, but it does look to be a bit more ornate. But behind that, on the wall hanging, there is this giant picture of it's like a meadow scene with a bunch of flowers and grass, and it's very nicely lit. But there is a giant boar that looks like it's frolicking through the whole thing. It strikes you as very strange and almost out of place. not seeing a painting like that before. The rug beneath your guys' feet is a gigantic, looks like a bear skin, almost like a dire bear skin, because it takes up pretty much the entire room. It's pretty cold and chilly in there. All right, what do you guys do?
I'm gonna start investigating the books and the manuscripts. Gonna start over at the desk, and I'm just keeping an eye out for anything that looks like my spell book. Not that I think it would be here, but you never know if a bored and curious warden might be perusing my my stuff.
Sure, absolutely. Call, what do you want to do?
Well, I would like to take the book off my head because I feel like it's not helping me at this point.
Who knows, man? That might be why you guys have gotten this far.
I'm going to put the book back on my head.
Okay. Good. I think that's a good plan.
Do I see any indication of a secret passageway? Anything that's standing out? Looks like it's maybe a lever or a switch.
Nothing that seems super obvious. There's no signs that say secret passageway here.
Oh. Are there any nice weapons laying about? Daggers? Letter openers?
Yeah, there's a letter opener on the desk.
Are there any letters?
There are some letters, yeah.
Oh. Well, I might like to take the letter opener, open the letter, and then take the letter opener and keep it.
Okay. Mendax, what would you like to do?
I didn't hear in any of the description that there was maybe, but I think there still might be a decanter somewhere.
There was none in my description, but that doesn't mean that there's none in this room.
I would like to look about the room, see if there's anything shiny that I could maybe, forage.
Okay.
And also, keep an eye out for a decanter.
Sure. Sounds good. We'll just go through that in order then. Nigel, you head over to the desk. You're sort of inspecting all the papers and looking to see if your spell book is is on it. You do not see your spell book. You see books in different kind of tomes, almost ledgers, if you will. It looks like expense reports for the prison, inmate collection, things like that. Different legal papers and documents as well. You try the drawers. There's about 3 drawers on either side of the desk. 5 of them open. 5 of them, they just kind of have different, sort of mishmash of different things. Pens, quills, inks, blank paper, blank journals, different other ledgers as well. One of them is locked. You see that there is there's a keyhole that's there. And that's what you see over there. So you don't see your spellbook, unfortunately. Call.
The book collection of a bureaucrat. Disgusting.
Yep, exactly. Books for information only. Call, you head over to the desk as well, and you grab the letter opener. Being thoughtful and mindful person you are, you open each one of the letters first, and then you pocket the makeshift dagger.
I wouldn't want to be so rude as to take a letter opener without opening the person's letters. Then they couldn't open their mail.
Mendax, you are kind of just inspecting the general layout of the room. You don't see any decanter or anything like that that's like public and open.
Boo. Do I see anything, small and shiny-ish that I could add to my...
There's a glass globe on one of the mantelpieces.
Then I would like to take that glass globe if I can.
Sure. You have a glass globe.
Perfect. But then I'd also like to start, feeling around a bit on the wall. Actually, I'm going to look underneath the dire bear rug. We know that the way out is in this room somewhere. So I'm just going to start looking for hidden trapdoors or hidden doors on the wall.
Sure. Okay, you do that. Call, Nigel, any different things you guys would like to do? Thomas is kind of set off just like looking at some of the books on the bookshelf.
There is one locked drawer. I doubt you'll have a key for it, Mendak, since it's his private desks, but I don't know if you've got anything to lockpick it. If you want to have a go at it, that's where the shinies would be. I'm going to go and investigate this hanging on the wall and see if I can look behind this this painting.
Yeah, okay, sure. Sounds good. Carl, what would you like to do?
Are there any snacks around? I'm starving. Maybe the warden has the best food around.
You smell, funny enough, you do smell food coming from the closet.
I would like to inspect said closet.
Sure. So we'll go to Mendax. Mendax, you, you take note of what Nigel said, that there's a locked, drawer on the desk. As you're sort of lifting up the bear rug, trying to see underneath it, you don't see any trapdoors. You're feeling around for any hidden seams or anything like that. From what you can tell, and you feel pretty confident, there is no trapdoor underneath that side of the rug. You go over to the other side of the desk, you pull the rug up on that side as well. You're reaching and trying to find anything, any handles, any seams, anything, but it's all just one solid ground.
Okay, since I can't find anything there, I'm going to take note of what Nigel said. I'm going to inspect the drawer, and then if I can't find like a pen or something on the desk that I can use to, or like a quill to try to pick that lock, then did I notice Carl find the letter opener?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then if I can't find anything on the desk, then I'm going to ask Carl to borrow the letter opener to try to shimmy that drawer open.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. You set off looking at the desk. You see a couple of things that might work. There are a couple of quills and pens, but they're kind of more ornately shaped as like to show like they're fanciful and things like that, so much as thin pieces of bone and plastic that you would need essentially to pick the lock here. So you ask Carl for the letter opener instead.
Carl, do you mind if I use that letter opener that you just found? I'm going to try to get into this drawer.
No, just kidding, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'll trade you my bonking.
Sure.
My bonking stick for it.
I was just
So I'm going
looking
to
for
hand
food.
him. No, you never know. Maybe the food's not dead yet. You might have to bonk it. So here's a bonker.
That's a good call. Thank you.
So I hand him my stick of bonking.
Okay, sure. Speaking of food, Carl, you make your way over to the closet, which is sort of adjacent to the desk. It's just a bit behind it. You open the door and you see that it's like a makeshift smoker that is there. And there are like racks of like boar meat that have been hung up and are smoking there. It smells quite good and it looks pretty tasty.
Wow. I would like to have some.
Yeah, you do. It tastes very good.
I would like to peek my head out and say, any of you hungry and fancy some boar?
Thomas will walk over actually and cut a slab of it off, or rather pull a slab of it off and start munching down on it. Pig, you head over to the painting and you're sort of inspecting it. You take a look, you're feeling around the edges of the frame. You lift the frame back slightly and take a peek underneath it. You don't see anything peculiar about this painting though.
Okay. I'll poke the pig in the painting a few times.
Yeah, it's just acrylic paint that's dried on a canvas. You feel there's a bit of texture to it, but nothing magical happens, we'll say.
Okay. I'll head over to the bookshelf and start trying to pull just books out, as well as kind of see if I can slide the bookshelf or anything like that.
Yeah, sure. You head over to the bookshelf and you start inspecting the different tomes there. None of them immediately jump out to you. It's not like, you know, this gigantic library shelf. There's other knickknacks that are kind of placed on it. But all of the tomes seem, for the most part, to be pretty mundane. either about, just
Yeah.
random novelizations or again, prison ledgers and things like that. You try sliding the entire bookshelf, but you don't have enough strength to really push the thing as it's fully loaded with books. Mendax, you go for trying to pick the lock on the drawer with this sort of
Yes.
stiletto, if you will. Give me a sleight of hand with disadvantage.
Okay, what is that? 9 plus 3. Oh, damn. Okay, it's 12. I would have got
So what did you get total?
total 12.
Okay. You struggle with it for a good little bit, but you do feel yourself making some progress. You think if you continue working at it, you might actually be able to get the lock open. It is definitely very difficult. This is not at all what you would normally like to try to pick a lock with.
It's not my preferred foraging tool, for sure. I definitely
No.
want to continue on trying to pick it.
Sounds good. Call. Okay, you've filled up a bit on smoked boar meat, and it tastes quite delicious, actually. Anything else you'd like to try?
I would like to look around the closet a little bit and see if there are any passageways, maybe an opening in the door, on the floor. Sometimes there's a hatch or whatnot. So if there's a rug, I could lift it, that kind of thing. Just rummaging about.
Sure. Inside the room is quite warm, hot even, I would say. It's basically like a very, very low temperature oven in a way, with this like smoking, the smoke that's sort of billowing up and sort of trying to infuse the meat to preserve it. It's pretty crowded with the meat that's hanging in there, but you do manage to kind of force your way in. You don't see anything on the ground that you can pull up. There's no rug or anything like that. You look up. There's a couple of sort of holes poked, almost like a chimney system, but it doesn't really look like that's like you'd be able to fit through it. It's almost like it's drilled in through like solid wall.
And I can't move the meats out of the way to see if there's anything behind it.
You can kind of shift them almost like a weird coat rack or if you will. You do so, but it's just kind of flat wall behind it.
Well, then I would like to take some of the meats and bring them out to the rest so they have some more thinking fuel.
Sure. You step out of the closet and the temperature change from hot to being pretty cold in the room that you're in is pretty it kind of shocks you a bit, and you can see the meat is sort of almost steaming from how cold it is where you guys are at.
Oh, I brought snacks. I don't think that's the secret passage. But this is some good meat.
Yeah, you cut off another slab and enjoy yourself a bit of a snack.
I'll give some to
I'll take-
Mendax and Nigel, too.
Okay, I'm going to munch on it a bit while I'm working on the thing. Probably just shove it in and keep working.
Sure. Nigel, what would you like to do?
I'll ask Carl. Carl, could you help me move this bookshelf? I've read a lot of stories, and in the novels, the secret entrance is always behind the bookshelf.
Sure. I'll do my best.
All right, give me strength checks, both of you guys.
$17 plus 3 is 20.
7.
All right, Nigel, you're kind of there more for show than anything else on your side of the bookshelf.
It's moral support.
Yeah, I mean, you're really trying hard, don't get me wrong. But as you guys start to move the bookshelf, you're sort of pushing it. It makes like a pretty high-pitched creak and almost screeching noise as you begin to push it. You stop kind of quickly as you realize that might not be a wise way to maneuver this bookshelf.
Damn.
Get the books off first.
Get the grease.
The grease!
The grease is the key.
It's the key!
Maybe you could take the books off first.
All right. I mean, I am a
What else
fan.
have you got to do, Nigel?
Have you never seen? Have you never seen a wizard try and bring in the groceries? He always carries 12 bags all at once and ends up dropping 3 and breaking a few things. I'm not one for a patient maneuvering of one thing at a time, but if we must, I'll
So you're
start
gonna-
taking the
Okay.
books off, yeah, and just kind of clearing off the
Sure.
bookshelf.
Yeah, you take some time to clear the books off of the bookshelf to try to lighten how heavy it is.
Oh.
Mendax. Oh, go ahead.
I had
What's
an
up?
idea.
Oh, yeah.
What if it's a secret slide underneath the desk where he could just open it up and then slide down into a secret passageway?
You never know.
That would be fun.
You want to check that while Nigel is clearing off all the books?
Yes, I'll check for a secret slide.
Okay. Mendax, give me another sleight of hand with disadvantage.
Because my first one was a nat 20. How much? It's an 8 plus 3, so it's another 11.
Okay. I mean, luckily for you, the lock is fairly simple. It's nothing ornate here. You know, they're not keeping out. It's just to keep out just any cursory passerbys, if you will. With a decent amount of struggle, you are able to sort of click the tumblers into place, and you feel the sort of snap of the lock opening up, and you feel the drawer sort of pop open a little bit.
I'm going to drop a die, and then I'm going to pull the the drawer open to see what's inside.
Okay. You do so. Inside of the drawer is a small pouch that has some different herbs in it, as well as a small flask filled with like a whiskey or liquor type liquid.
Absolutely right. The good things are in this drawer, Nigel.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, you are absolutely right. We've got a little baggie here that has some spices and a little vial of Mama's Little Helper, I'm guessing. I don't know, some kind of liquid. Looks like it could be a whiskey. So it could be liquor. Can I take the top off and just smell it?
Yeah, it's some kind of alcoholic drink. It looks like that's the warden's personal stash, right?
Okay, then I'm definitely going to take a swig of it. If we're sure, I'm sure that it's just booze. I'm going to take a little nip.
Yeah, you do so. It sort of warms you up in this cold room. It tastes quite good. You haven't had any sort of alcohol in it seems like a very long time. You give me a nature check. And let me know what you get.
16 total.
16, okay. You know that the herbs inside of the pouch, they're not like illegal or anything like that. They're more of like a sleep aid, something to you know, if you have a struggle going to sleep or you're sick or something like that, they'll kind of dope up some food or liquid or something and help people go to sleep.
Oh. Are you what you're saying is I just found the warden's little starter roofie kit in here.
It's more like melatonin if it's not illegal.
Yeah, more what Cole just said, but you believe whatever you want to, yeah.
I'm pocketing them both.
Okay, you do so. Call, you check underneath the desk. There's unfortunately no such slides there. You do a similar thing to what Mendax did. You try to check for any seams or levers or hatches that you can kind of slide through.
Can I sit in the chair and see if that does anything?
Yeah, you do so. The chair is quite comfortable, but you don't think it's going to help you escape.
Oh, Mendax, this chair. It's quite comfortable. Well, that was all.
Okay.
Too bad.
Nigel, you finished clearing off the books from the shelf. You sort of stacked them up in the corner, in front of the door.
I will call Carl over again then. Carl, ready for round 2? This time we'll try to see if we can actually lift it off the ground to avoid it grinding on the tiles.
Sure.
All right. Strength check again.
Yep, give me a strength check.
Woohoo! 16. 15 plus 1.
Okay.
1 plus 3 is 4.
Wow, really? Okay, cool. Jeez. Nigel, you feel your end lift up not effortlessly, but definitely much easier than before. Carl, you don't know if you just got a bad angle of kind of gripping this bookshelf or not, but you're sort of struggling actually a little bit with lifting it. It doesn't make that horrible screeching noise, but you can see, Nigel, it's dragging a little bit on Carl's end. Regardless, you guys are able to move it away from the wall, but behind it is just solid wall. There's no seam or door or hidden anything behind that bookshelf.
Okay, so was there a bed in the room as well? We haven't looked anything around the. Is there a bed at all, or is it just an office?
No. Yeah, it's just an office room. There's the fireplace on the right side that's got a flame, a roaring blaze kind of going. This bookshelf, the closet with the meats in it. There's the desk that you guys have inspected, and then the bear rug on the ground.
Okay, so I'll head over and just inspect the fireplace, and I'm gonna start tapping and kind of seeing if I can move any of the bricks or the tiles around it, check out the whole thing, and see if I can find anything weird.
Okay, sure. You head over there and you sort of begin tapping on the stone and inspecting the different components of this fireplace. It's fairly simple. You kneel down and you sort of start inspecting something. And you notice that your breath is still very frosty. You can almost see your breath, which strikes you as very odd because the fire is right next to your face, but you can feel no warmth coming from it.
Ah. Thought it was weird there'd be a fire made in this room when the warden's out of the prison. But since there seems to be very real smoked meat over there, I didn't just thought it was something weird the guards did even when he wasn't here. All right, I'm going to just very quickly stick my hand into the fire and pull it out and see if I get burnt.
Yeah, you feel no heat transfer as you move your hand into the fire. Give me an Arcana check.
Sorry, 4 plus 5 is 9.
Okay. With the sort of interference of moving your hand in, you realize that this fire in the fireplace is actually an illusion. Sort of a perpetual enchantment there to make it look like a fire is going all the time.
All right, I think we found our clue, guys. Gather around. This fire isn't real. So
yeah, the other two head over to you.
How big is the actual kind of fireplace? Could we like crouch into it?
Yeah, you could definitely crouch into it.
Check this one out, guys. And I'm just gonna climb into the fireplace and see if I can like squeeze through, if there's like a way I can get out the back of it or something like that.
Sure, you walk in. You guys see him walk into the fire, and sort of gasp for a moment as you think like he's lost his mind. But he doesn't set a flame or anything like that. In fact, he looks completely unharmed. Nigel, you're kind of in the fire showing off a little bit, you know. Look at the big brain on me. Give me a dexterity save.
Is this some fire immunity? Superpower? Magic?
Just the gifts of a very, very intelligent, large-brained wizard. And as I say that, I roll a 6, dex save, right?
Yeah, dex save.
6 plus 2, 8.
Okay. You're sort of putting on the bit of bravado, the macho, look at me standing in the fire. And you feel a click underneath your feet. And a hatch give way as you sort of plummet down into sort of this underground chamber. Only maybe about 8 to 10 feet or so. You're able to catch yourself at the end. But like Mendax and Call, you see Nigel sort of fooling around on the fire, and then suddenly just this hatch opens up beneath the fireplace. The fire stays in place. Keep in mind, like it doesn't move at all, and he just disappears beneath the fire pit.
Oh, that's fun. I would like to pursue Nigel and see what's down there.
What's that, Mendax?
I said, you go ahead. I hope Nigel's got as large of an ass as he does a brain to land on down there.
Definitely. Hopefully he is okay. Your compatriot. Call, you said you're gonna head down there after him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You approach the fireplace a little bit more carefully than Nigel does, seeing what happens. And use the sort of the trap door, if you will, swings open a bit more freely than before. And you head down into the underground as well. You fall again about 8 feet or so and land next to Nigel. Nigel, you've sort of been able to get up and look around your surroundings. Mendax, are you following as well?
I'm definitely following.
Okay. Yeah, you follow behind, and Thomas will quickly come behind you guys as well. You all have made it into this little underground chamber, this underground hallway. It's made of like a stone. There's spider webs and cobwebs sort of all around you, and it's very dark. You can see light from up above illuminating your way slightly, but beyond that, it's pretty dark. Mendax and Call, you guys can see for the most part. Nigel, it's very difficult for you to make out what's in front of you. And it is a singular hallway that leads down.
Well, I don't think this gets used very often, but it seems to be the escape route we're looking for. I can barely see anything down here, so I think I'll go back to my standard position in the sandwich, if you two don't mind.
I'm fine with that. Yeah. Carl, you heading... Am I still invisible?
I would say by now it's worn off from some action you've done.
Probably. Fair. Okay,
Yeah.
then I think I usually pull up the rear then. I'm the second piece of bread.
Where's Thomas or whoever? Did he follow us?
He's with you guys. Yeah, he's with you.
Okay.
He's just kind of taking the role of NPC follower guy. Unless you tell him to do something, he's just gonna kind of tag along. Yeah, Call, you head off in just basically straight rather. You guys probably walk for close to 10, maybe 15 minutes even. You can feel it slightly is angled upwards. And as you approach closer and closer, you can start to smell more the sort of dampness of the hallway that you're in is replaced by more fresh air than anything else. So you guys feel like your escape is at hand. You're very close. As you begin to make your way out, you see a dim light up ahead shining through what looks to be some kind of half wall. You pick up the pace a bit, and Call, you're the first to enter. It's like a small, almost holding room here. And in there is this giant boar that is essentially laying in front of the exit. The room itself is like 10 by 10, but there's this giant living boar that's sort of like, it's almost its pen or something like that, or the guard of this exit. But it is like sleeping in front of this exit. You guys only have about a foot of room at the top of this doorway where you can see light from the moon shining in. It looks like your escape is just on the other side of this pig. You each now sort of pile into the room. Certainly this is not what you were expecting at the end of this hallway. But you feel like this is potentially your last trial before making your escape.
This is a huge creature, right? It's
Huge. Massive.
it's blocking nearly the whole place.
Oh, yeah. It's like it's like a pen or something. It's huge.
It could fit through the door and pursue us if we were to startle it. It's too big to fit through the door.
Too big to fit through the door.
Is it sleeping?
Go ahead and roll animal handling.
I have +2 to that.
Yeah.
19 + 2 is 21.
Okay, yeah, you can
Not too
see
bad.
for now, yes, it is sleeping.
Oh, does anyone have a flute?
I don't. Do boars eat meat?
I think they're omnivores.
Are they? Do you still have any of that smoked meat?
That would be cannibalism.
It doesn't know
Yes,
that.
you do have some of the meat, though, Call.
It's a pig. Pigs eat everything.
It could. It's well-cooked meat.
You smell delicious upstairs. I'm just saying, if we need a distraction from the pig at any moment, we could try the meat.
Is there enough room for me to throw the meat over it out into the misty scape of whatever's out there?
Yeah, you could probably throw it, but it's the doorway that it's sleeping in front of is too small for it to follow.
Yeah. Only use that as a last resort.
So
I think
it's,
for now.
for me to better understand it, it can neither pursue us nor can it exit. It's in a very
Yeah.
small enclosure.
It's pretty much stuck in this room, yeah.
Oh.
This is the boar cave.
The boar
Alright.
cave, exactly.
I think we should try to sneak past, and if it notices us, run and scream. And throw smoked meat on the floor and hope it distracts it.
Is there room to sneak past?
Not really. There's so the boar is essentially, you can think it's like right up next to the wall and the exit of this room that you guys are in. So it's like laying right on that wall.
And there's only
What
like
is-
a foot above it.
Yeah, there's about a foot of room above it, so you can see that it is in front of the doorway
I
to the
can't-
exit.
Yeah, I can't even, somersault over top of it to freedom, leaving all of you in jail.
What if you stabbed it 1,000 times with a letter opener? It can't get to us, right?
I mean, it can get to us once we're in the room next,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're in there. We're in the cell with the ball.
Yes, exactly.
there-
Mendex
are there
has
any
it
ra-
exactly.
Are there any raised up sections within the room? Like, is there the walls? Does it look like there's like any little plateaus or kind of handholds that we could climb up potentially out of its reach?
No, not really. It's kind of just it's like a 10 by 10 cube you can think of. There's not that you can see from here anyways. There's no handhelds or any way that you can see climbing up the walls.
Okay, so quick inventory check, everybody. You've got his hair grease. That it might want to eat that. We could also grease the tiefling, and then maybe you could slide out through that little gap.
I told you we're not playing that game.
There won't be any
4
feathers
times is
involved.
enough.
Okay, I like this inventory check.
What if I tried to fight it and distract it and you run away? And then I try to escape?
We're not leaving you though, Carl. I've got a glass globe. I've got a little book that I don't know what book it is, and I've got a very stabby letter opener and a pair of meat shoes.
You also have the herb satchel and the
And
whiskey.
I do have the herbs and the whiskey.
The sleeping herbs. What if we put the
Do you think-
sleeping herbs on the meat and then we roused it, had it eat the sleepy meat when it's out of the way, and then we go past?
I mean, I think that's a very good idea. I don't know if this is enough. I'm not well versed in the ways of sleepy spices, so I don't know if this is enough to put an animal of that size, on its back. But I think it's a fairly good idea. We could prepare it. See if we can't sneak around. If we can't, retreat to the other side of the doorway and toss in the meat.
Yes. And if all else fails, I can read to it about the astronomical movements of celestial bodies, and perhaps that'll put it to sleep. But unfortunately, I don't have anything else that can help us.
Thomas, what do you have?
I mean, I got my pants and my shirt, and you got my hair gel. Don't lose that. I need that.
That's fair. We might end up needing your pants.
Well, fair enough. Anything I can help to get us the heck out of here.
Yeah, I think we actually will need your pants if you could take them off. I'm going to wrap them around my forearm in case we need to actually do battle with this pig, and I'm going to use it to guard my hand from the tusks. So pants, please, Thomas.
I'm gonna wait for now until we decide
Thomas?
combat's the way.
Thomas,
Nah, I'm gonna pass
no,
on the.
by
the
the time we're
pants.
fighting, it's already too late.
I'm good. I'm
It
good.
is already too. Thomas, we have
I'm
done
alright.
everything for this plan. We've done everything. All you've done is given me your dirty haggeries. Now you give me your pants. You be part of this team, Thomas.
Yeah, I'm good though. I'm set. I'll tell you what, I'm good.
Well, you could have all
No,
the hair
thank you.
grease. All the hair grease in the world isn't going to help you. If when a woman asks you to take your pants off, you decline over and over again. I'm sorry,
Well,
there's
you
not much hope for you, young man.
I mean, not especially not in the presence of this giant boar creature and my friends. Can we just
Okay,
leave? What the hell?
okay,
What do we got
first of
going
all-
on here?
First of all, I think it's a bit conceited of you to think that in all the things happening, that boar is going to be concerned with whatever you've got going on down there. Okay, I don't think it's going to be very impressed.
Wait.
Just going straight for that.
Wait, Mendax, the pants aren't effective armor. Would that have increased her armor class?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Have you ever been in a knife fight, Carl?
Dozens.
Okay, but you have thick fur. I'm so sorry. You have thick feathers. Apologies. If you're fighting somebody with a sharpened attack weapon instrument, the best thing you could do is not expose skin to them. You want to have something wrapped around it. It may not give me incredible armor, but it definitely gives me more than just bare skin has. And what I'm doing is volunteering to fight this thing potentially instead of Thomas. And instead of helping me defend myself better, he's more concerned with guarding his little nobblies down there. I
Wait.
don't know what to do about him.
Are you saying the boar has a dagger?
The boar has tusks that are very dagger-like. And he won't give me his pants to protect my forearms while I'm putting my life on the line, potentially, again, to defend him. He did not get the keys today. He did not talk to Salazar. He did not fight Joe's people. He did not turn himself into a guard. He didn't become invisible. He did none of those things. He didn't punch multiple orcs, smashing their faces in. None of those things.
Let the
You're-
poor man have his pants.
I'm-
Don't you
All
know?
I'm asking for
Men-
is his pants to help me defend him better. And he
Mendax.
won't even do that.
Mendax, humans are sensitive about their pants. They need to have their pants. It's a cultural thing. I can go around without
have
pants
them.
because I have feathers and it's fine. Kenku, we're not bothered by that. But humans, it's for whatever reason for them. It's a thing,
Well, all I'm saying is he shouldn't say, all I have are my pants, but anything I have you can use, and then say, no, you can't have my pants. Okay?
All right, you
That's
know
a
what?
bait and
Amendment.
switch. That is
I'll
a bait
make an
and
amendment
switch.
to my previous comment. You can have anything but my pants and my shirt. So, in essence,
No one asked for your
No-
shirt.
nothing.
Don't be extra, Thomas.
All right, we're gonna herd some cats. What is your idea, guys? What are we doing?
I think the sleepy meat is the best idea that we've come up with yet.
I happen to agree. Chet, who is taking hold of this plan? Anybody with
As
Mendex?
Carl says, "Oh, the sleepy mate," I go, "Oh, that does make sense," and I button my shirt back up, which I'd started on buttoning as a potential solution to said argument. And good idea, Carl. Go ahead, season the meat.
Okay,
Use
I'm
all
going
of
to
it.
hand the spices over to Carl, but I'm going to keep the flask.
Okay, sure. Yeah, Carl, you have the sort of smoked meats that you got from the closet room, and then the sort of herbs that Mendex found in the drawer.
I would like to sort of punch the herbs into the meat, sort of like a marbled meat. And as I'm punching it, I would kind of be muttering to myself, "No one's ever won a knife fight by using armor of lesser pants." Just punching this in here.
Sure, venting your frustrations in a constructive way about your companion. We'll say.
No one's ever lost them from having pants on their arms either. Just
You are able to successfully sort of integrate the herbs into this smoked meat product. You sort of made this this drugged meat now. What would you like to do?
Well, we need to rouse the creature, but probably not in a way that is too violent. Is its
sure.
snout nearby? Can we see where its face is?
It's to the sort of east side of the chamber. You can hear it sort of snoring a bit loudly, some drool coming down from its massive like maw, like tusks and teeth sort of poking out of its mouth as well.
So I would like to, if I can get in, get the
sorry.
meat, waft it, just to get the fragrance into its snout, and see if it can maybe move a little bit. And then I want to think about a place where I could put it, which would cause the boar to move out of our way, out of the exit.
Okay. Yeah, sure. You walk in and you approach this sort of sleeping behemoth, if you will. You approach with the smoked meat and you hold it up to its snout. It kind of takes a moment or two, but in its slumber, it kind of you can see its snout sort of as it smells what you have, and its small kind of beady eyes kind of blink open, and it gets up, which you feel the chamber itself almost shake a little bit as it sort of gets up off of the ground, and it starts to follow wherever the meat is at.
Here, piggy pig. Kind of wave it just gently, because I know it's still kind of sleepy, but I also don't want to be threatening. And
Sure.
I will lead it over into a corner so it's out of the way. And I'll toss it.
You sort of swing it around so that you create enough of an opening and toss the meat over to one side. It follows over to it, leaving enough of an opening for you guys to sneak through as it starts to try to eat the meat off of the ground.
Be as quiet as you can and move slowly.
Okay, you guys heading forward?
As quietly as we can.
All right, give me a stealth check then.
$18
for
plus
3.
3 is 21.
3 plus 5 is an 8.
15 plus 2 is 17.
Nice.
Looks like I'm going to need those pants.
You each sort of very slowly start to skirt your way along the wall, trying to stay out of vision and reach of this just massive boar. It's still sort of gobbling up the meat. You guys sort of slide along. You shimmy, if you will, towards the exit. Call. You make your way out first, followed by Nigel. Mendex, you're bringing up the back. Thomas is behind you as well. And you see the boar sort of sway from side to side as the drug-laced meat sort of starts to take effect, and it starts to it like falls almost like collapses, like it's starting to fall asleep, and its whole body is beginning to tilt towards you guys as you're moving forward. You pick up the pace. Give me a dexterity save.
Go, go, go.
I've got 16. I think it's a +5 on my dex save. Yeah, 16 + 5, 21.
Great. Yeah, perfect. Indiana Jones style. You guys sort of take away all stealth that you had, and just sort of make a dive for the door. You make it through and sort of tumble your way. And Thomas is able to do the same as well, a little less gracefully than you, but nonetheless he's able to make it through as this boar finishes falling all the way down and sort of re-blocking this entrance just in a different direction. You guys continue forward, heading towards the moonlight, and your vision once again starts to form like white at the edges and quickly shrinks in, sort of dotting your vision until it's consumed by white once more. And you wake up and you're back at the campfire in the snow-banked land that you were originally sitting in before. Each of you holding on to a piece of the book, which has now full text in it. It's fully written out. Every page is filled, and it looks like, as you close the book, Nigel, you were the one looking at it. It's a story that you remember from your childhood reading, called, again, the name of the adventure, Escape from Boar's Main Prison. The author at the bottom, it just has initials. It says GK. And you remember reading this story as a kid, let alone now you're able to live it. But you guys were able to escape from Boar's Main Prison, and you have left whatever enchanted land you were sucked into in this book. And that's it.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh, thank God. Do
So,
you think... You go ahead. No, go ahead.
is it an enchanted book, Nigel, that actually causes us to go there, and if we die, we die? Or
Great
is it like a
question.
drug
Excellent
trip?
Honestly, I have no idea. At first, I thought we were somehow attached to Mendax. I mean, prison, all sorts of shitty people around and criminals having to escape and pick locks and this sort of stuff and start cafeteria tavern fights. But it seems it wasn't. Honestly, I'm not sure what sort of magic this is.
The pages were blank when we found it.
I
The
think it was
story,
definitely.
But apparently you have. So I'm thinking you may have done this to us, Nigel.
And you said the
I
initials
mean-
were GK, right?
GK, yeah.
Okay. Escape from Boar's Main Prison by GK. And I'll just kind of hold the book there and just flick through the pages. So is the story, as I remember it, the same as what we lived out? Is it different?
No, it's you guys can see your essential characters that you find the part of the chapter, the part of the book where you guys escape the end of the book. But yeah, I mean, it's a full-fledged story. It's a full-fledged book. You know, somewhat similar to what Thomas said about how a group got caught. Not called the Wayfarers in the book, but a group did get caught in a bank robbery and was sent to this prison, and their plan to escape executed by you guys at the end.
Does this mean that we're not criminals?
Can I check? I want to check myself and look for the flask.
You do not have the flask or the orb or any of those things, but you do have your regular gear. Once again, as you guys sort of check all of yourselves over, you have your scythe call, you've got your wizard, your book, and your wand, Nigel, and you have your daggers and your amulet, Mendax.
And Thomas is nowhere to be found.
Nope. Thomas is nowhere to be found.
And Goop is to be found.
Yeah. Goop is sitting there at the fire.
Excellent. Well, Mendax, Nigel, I wouldn't want to go on a questionable psychedelic trip with anyone else.
I think
That's
that is
true.
probably a perfect ending to this as well. So there you go, guys. I hope you enjoyed this little one-shot here. Escape from Boar's Main Prison. Totally just made it up. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you had fun with it. Did you guys like it?
Yes.
Yeah,
God, I
thank
loved
you
it.
so much, as always, Apop. I mean, always
man.
bring the atmosphere, I think, dude.
Can we give a quick synopsis of where our crew is at in our main story for people who are curious?
Absolutely, yeah. So this little one shot here we decided will take place in the time between you all getting onto the boat to head to Dagger's Reach. Essentially, you guys, as you know, but maybe the viewers out there doesn't, you have been sort of cursed with these rings that you found in one of the first sessions, which you now have realized have been a part of a greater plan to retrap the essence of a lich that's broken free. So you're off now to go and hunt down that spirit to try and contain it once more and save the world from peril.
And
Yes.
I would say my character, Carl, is very relieved to not be a criminal. He tries his best at every point to follow the path of righteousness, and being in jail for burglary is it's a greater punishment than stealing. He's just so upset, so I feel better now.
Though to be fair, Carl's ethics, I think, and moral compass has been continually tested by the chaotic whirlwind that is Mendak's daily activities. Remember, the campaign did start with getting her out of prison.
That's true. That's true. Your first thing was the bank heist. It's
That
come full
town-
circle.
Was very racist against tieflings. They had it out for me. Full stop.
Very possible.
Definitely.
But yeah, guys,
Yeah.
I know that we don't want to cut into whatever the next time is over here. If you'd like to take part in that adventure or use that one shot in your own campaign, it will be live on my Patreon, patreon.com/apoptosis808 for free. So anybody who wants to run it, I've compacted it all into a little pack to run for you guys. So enjoy. But yeah, from us at the Wayfarers, we stream every other Thursday over at twitch.tv/Neuro. Our campaign is on its 24th, 25th episode, and still plenty more to come. All of them can be found on our YouTube as well, or rather Neuro's YouTube, for any of the past episodes. So we hope that you guys join us for those regular adventures. And I had a lot of fun. Thanks you guys for
It's been
inviting us
much
to the
fun.
Gary Con, and yeah, this was a ton of fun. I had a lot more fun.
Well done. And thank you, Gary Con, for hosting us. Remember, stay safe, watch out for balls, and don't wind up in jail. Thank you.